个血量的一个优势拿下了这一局啊。我觉得还是可以再看一看。优势棋，
这个其实顶得非常漂亮。 也是盖瑞特这个女枪下到往后，好像靠了一格票。
啊，这边有一个女枪活了，
开始难守了。这里还要交个滚木，看这个血量，后面这个小葫芦疯狂在摸，哇，摸的好爽，都摸死了。那这波守不住了，哎，但这波好像不能抹，没毒。CS 怎么感觉？哦，这个青龙解不了了。
是啊，
被青龙碰掉了。
这亡命一波呀！这锤剑虽然死了，但是
这个毒好像很有效果啊。这波墓园很欧。
可以，
要翻盘了感觉，而且对方的崔健能不能过出崔健3号来？
不要来了！这边有快递，
有快递！
哎呀，
哇，力量哥要翻盘了，再来一波毒！哇，这里恭喜力量哥！这个，哇，有卫队！
恭喜一下力量哥！
哇，这打得太好了，真的
这就是劣势对局赢下。
上面是气球呀。
对啊。
气球怎么办？强行拉，
这就破塔了，朋友！
哇，而且是这个狂暴球。
是的，
这波守不住了呀，这怎么守？这只能强行。哦，这波应该
还是能爆炸伤害吧？
哇，恭喜力量哥！
而且这个又跳到塔了，这边没有牢笼交，哎，这个要被炸塔了，要被炸到古龙的这个古龙的位置，因为木给一个矿工，这个矿工抓不了，了，火球直接砸还是直接防？可以考虑砸，
直接砸了，
然后滚木再防守一下，还是前面那个失误太大了，确实，古龙直接被2费给炸掉，而且。 就是直接塔也掉了很多血，
对的。
但是他把毒药交了，这波墓园很难守啊！看一下，正好锁到骑士。哎呦，这波要叫滚筒，打300了，400了，滚筒还滚的后排，打好多血啊！但是这个古龙好像不好解了，30秒钟啊，自毒了那就没机会了，因为墓园如果进攻交不出毒药的话是打不了。
要恭喜一下木给。
桥头全部要吃火箭了，
他有没有火箭？是个火球。
这个自闭带了一手，
这也有个大地方。
这个自闭带了一手那个奶豆，我是没太看懂。这把奶
哦，直接飓风火球解的是很漂亮。
这边有火球，哎，矿工用来防守了，节奏很差。再踩个电阀，哇，这打很多血可以。毒药好像已经过出来了吧？
是。
哎，打了一下塔，还能挠吗？没挠到。 飓风斩了吗？那是
火斩，
那也是
恭喜一下 WED 剑拿下了这一局。
还有这边在过猪啊，
这波有机会哦。
对，这波是要叫火球，
先预判阵，
这能打到一下好像。
是。
哎，但是，哎，这黄亚巨人有15秒，看一下15秒，他输了，因为他能过第2个地震，
是啊，
这边地震已经过出来了。
好，我们要恭喜一下海尔，
恭喜海尔，
这波反打可以哦。
反打
可以接球的哦，
但是有
火
呢？
他羊没了，
女羊没了。
是的，羊。
哦，这被奶起来了，但是能砸1下，砸不出2下。这边很舒服啊，这波可以跟球。干嘛？
羊了。
踩电法。哎，这。
哇！小拳拳，还有10秒钟。
先踩超旗，再补滚木，补牢笼吧。滚木也行，啊，很稳。恭喜孩子哥1穿3。超旗墓园。 而且 TT 的2是整活的，它是有很多的这个不同的套路的，可以看一下。哇，这冰冻的漂亮！那边小法术呢？没了。
这一波打死，果然还是墓园的本性。
这28秒，这边撒豆是可以先蹦一波。女枪，哇，这边杰克先蹦了，这个不下台。 这个踩，然后看一下血量，13秒。我这边先毒，那杰克这边怎么办？摸到1下，对，摸到1下，921、831。说实话，这个时候谁都看不到。
他不停的过骑士和小骷髅就可以。
没找火球了，改变了一下进攻策略。这个每次就是地震、滚木加雪球。
地谷的所有法术都可以摸到。
出来了，这边只能下他预判，这边有机会。
好的，要恭喜一下 Jack， 也要恭喜到 Five Gaming。
还有最后的可能是2波机会，还是有机会的。看这个气球表现，
我觉得这个
哇，有这个地狱塔基本上没机会了，而且推进还在推，好像有机会。
来一下吗？
没有机会，还能再来一波。
对吗？木原，
这波对方要
吹剑吹的是哪里？吹剑吹的是前面，滚木先交。哇，真的是有这滚木。火线斩杀。太难了。
这牢笼直接解。哎，这个小骷髅下的不好，要交火球吗？哇，不交火球，那敲了一下很赚啊！这边家居顶不太出来，就顶出来给火球。这边就拼法术了，能过第2个地震。
是啊，
地震已经过出来了。
好，我们要恭喜一下海尔。
这边 Paradox 好像是换那套皇家猪了 ，Paradox 这个牌是没有牌解超级很难，我可以直接换，然后一根滚筒解，然后看一下进攻怎么说。哇，这个奶豆奶了3个。
对，而且他这边建筑是先下了，所以没法拉到。
Paradox 这个牌它是没有骑士，就是他根本就挡不住这个前面的东西。
是要破塔了。
对，直接破塔。哎，这波桥洞女枪可以啊，直接把兵法给点了，然后牢笼也出，牢笼也被点了。这波女枪的节奏好，这边撒豆是可以先蹦一波，撒豆先蹦，但是这个女枪活了，女枪，哇，这边杰克先蹦了。
哎呀，把女枪。
杰克还有女枪可以守，杰克不下台。哇，这边先毒，那杰克这边怎么办？哎呀，摸到一下，喂，摸到一下，921 831，哇！
力量哥再来一轮就要被斩杀了，他一定要蹦了，再不蹦就晚了。
这亡命一波呀！这锤剑虽然死了，但是
这个毒好像很有效果啊！这波木原很欧，
过牌，稳住！
哇，这3角防御可以，再来一个毒，直接斩杀。毒，哇，这里恭喜力量哥！哎，这个，哇，有位对。
恭喜一下力量哥！
Welcome to Clan Wars 2! Your journey begins here. And what the?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt
As I was saying... Oh, wait! Hello? Everyone seems to have left. The king should never row himself. I'll just wait here, so send someone to get me.
下是要滚木斩杀吗？还是直接血球预判吗？
恭喜一下 Nova。
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼만 돌아가. 네, 마무리됐습니다.
Still, the baby dragons are alive, and that's the ground roller.
他这个套式就进来。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！
スイープを回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。
Be careful, but still, cannon.
再加一个
滚墨，
斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WEGM。
2, and that's it. 3-0 Grand Finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova
1
Esports.
타이밍간의 경기는 저의 탈론이었다.
TTG.
コースとなりました。
Hits against Game W. 優勝はハブゲーミング。
クラロワリーグイスト東湾最終長寿祭バイシーズン頑張ります。このシーズンルイスト頑張ります。
ファイティング。
And welcome everyone to CRL East. We're almost done, G-Clef.
Week 8.
It's week 8. There's one more week, 3 days next week, and then we're into the playoffs. So every match counts double for the next 2 weeks.
Oh, it doesn't actually count double, but you mean it.
Every match has that level of importance. That's what I mean. It is gonna be an absolutely stellar week. This week and next week should be stellar too, because every team wants to fight for those positions that get them into that playoffs. I mean, Ponos essentially have walked it already. But then the teams at the bottom, you got FAV, WEDGM, TTG, they're all in with a shout of making it to the playoffs, even though they haven't had the greatest season.
Also, Team Timing, they are actually at the bottom right now. I think we're going to get to see the standings soon enough. But 2 more weeks, most of the teams still having 4 matches or more. I believe Nova just has 3 more matches because they did play just 1 more. That they are 1 ahead of everyone else. And next week we do have another day with 2 more matches just to round it out for everything. So next week it's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Not like the regular weeks of just Saturday, Sunday only. And Friday just containing 2 matches only, not 3.
2 matches, but that means that every team, I think, plays that last week at least once. I know Nova is the team that finishes us off against WEDGM, which, if WEDGM's streak continues, that could be an absolute baller of a match to finish up on for the main season.
How high can they actually finish?
They can finish above Nova, depending on the week. Depending on this week.
So they can actually get 2nd, you mean?
Yeah, WEDGM could finish 2nd or 3rd. So we'll see what happens. Popular cards, as you can see, still up there is Fireball, sorry. Fireball bait has been absolutely rife through this meta so far, and it continues to be one of the most popular spells picked. And look at that, Heal Spirit, Musketeer. Interesting, Cage is coming back in considerably. Like, we've seen Goblin Cage be replaced for a while, where it was Inferno Towers and Bomb Towers, and then Cage has kind of come back with, you know, Royal Hogs dropping off a little bit. And as you can see the tables, look at that, Ponos 9-1 compared to everyone else. Kicks in 3rd, 6-4, Nova 6-5, Talon 5-5, WEDGM 5-6, Bob 4-7, and you can see 7 and 8 Team Timing and TTG currently looking like they will not make that playoff spot. But all that can change.
All that can change because all teams are going to be playing 14 matches. So most of the teams still can have up to 4 wins, which will bring them out of the bottom 2. And that goes same for everyone else.
Yeah, And Team Timing have to start that today against WEDGM. Then it's Nova against TTG. And then Talon versus Ponos. TTG have a lot of work to do if they stand a chance. They are currently rock bottom, 3-7, but they have a game in hand over Team Timing and Fav Gaming. So all that can change. It's getting down to the wire.
It's getting down, and I think they need at least 2. I think 3 and 1 will be safe. Maybe 4 and 0. But right now, it's not like one team's totally out from the league. We have to go down to the last week. Still, Ponos, it is possible for them to not make it top 2. It is possible if they lose all 4.
Yeah, but on run of form, it's impossible. But let's talk about the teams right now. WEDGM versus Team Timing. WEDGM on a massive upswing after spending 90% of this season so far in the bottom 2. They're currently 2-win streak, which isn't bad, and they have rocketed up that table. That's how close it is at the bottom. But Team Timing, a lot can be said about them. They're on a 3-loss streak. That 1 win was right at the beginning of the switch to the second half of the season.
I think that was also used of lots and lots of graveyard, especially as you have seen from Popular Card. The reason why we had some less poison and graveyard not on the screen, more fireball, was because we had a lot more RG decks last weekend, and also the Rise of Cage on that page. It was all coming down to a pattern, but Team Timing may still be relying too much on graveyard when everybody else is moving away from it. Yeah, I think that's been hurting them a lot more if they keep on using graveyard, which isn't, I can't say it's bad, it's still a pretty good meta deck, but there are lots of reasons why players are switching into Cage, into RG. It's a lot more reliant. You don't have to rely on some RNG as much. You can still bring it down with lots of RG decks.
Yeah, and look at the players on your screen. Nuri and Hire. Hire had a bit of a good week last week. In comparison,
bit of
a good week for him last week. But Nuri has not had the greatest run of form this second half of the season. Sure, 2v2, he did beat, was it Line and One Crown? Yeah, he played with Haruki, beat Line and One Crown. But his King of the Hill performance, LLL, he lost to CRS, KK, and Jack.
So it comes down to 2v2. As WEDGM, it's just Hire and Solomon. Maybe in the playoff they can surprise us, but I think it's just them. And for Team Timing, like Greed and Sado, they've been doing okay, but I think they can mix up. Like maybe not just Greed and Sado have like Greed Haruki, or maybe we need Nuri Sado.
Nuri
to go
Sado.
Play 2v2 and then they take care of 1v1.
I feel like that's 2 shot callers in terms of the player dynamics. I feel like they're both kind of really headstrong and they would kind of butt heads a little bit. I think that's a bit of a risky thing.
You think so? Because Nova, they also have AUK and LCOP together. Like they work fine.
Well, we'll see how it goes. It is going to be Nuri and Haruki though.
It's the Nuruki duo again.
So they did beat Line and One Crown in the 2v2, which is the last time that Team Timing actually won a match. It's against Talon, they went 2-0. They won in the 2v2 and then the King of the Hill. I believe, yep, they closed it out relatively quick. Hire and Solomon, though, they've proved that... Ooh, Musketeer man. So they've proved that, like, form is temporary, but class is permanent kind of thing, because they had a horrible time. At one point, just not really clicking. They get wins here and there, but you never feel like it's as clean and precise as someone, let's say, Ponos' 2v2 duos. But they definitely seem to have got their act together this second half of the season. Their only loss was against Ponos, but they have beaten Nuamisa and Famous Kit, Jack and Katashin, Light and Icelor. Maybe that will continue for WEDGM.
It's possible, because they've been certainly getting their form back into the league, and they've been on a pretty good massive streak. And 2v2, good and bad, but certainly they're going towards the better section of the season. I think this is an opponent they had to take them down. But Team Timing, they need to escape the bottom 2 spots. So crucial win for both sides, as I think it's possible if WEDGM, if they lose today, they can drop down until to 6th and maybe go back to 7th very soon.
They would be 5 and 7, and they would join Team Timing on the same number. So it would be possible actually for them to finish 7th, depending on how these games go. So a lot on the line for WEDGM. They do need that win, but Team Timing, they have to get out that quagmire at the bottom of the league, where basically they're being pulled down. Like with Ponos getting so far ahead, 9-1, it has allowed a lot of these bottom teams to be real close together. But now they have to separate. They have to try and pull themselves out. Otherwise, they're going to miss out on that playoff. We're going to get into this one. Hire and Solomon in blue at the bottom against Haruki and Nuri in red at the top. Musketeer and Giant Skeleton are your bands, which should mean a very interesting match.
So you can also have bridge spam because of no death damage from the Giant Skeleton. We've seen a lot more lava when the Musketeer was banned, but same goes all around. We had a lot of graveyard freeze regardless of any type of ban. And with Tornado allowed, when that's allowed, you do not see baits at all.
Will Haruki and Nuri play double expo?
With Valkyrie, less of a chance, but still possible.
Just on the Skeletons played at the back. It would be a good shout since, you know, Lava Hound would be prevalent without the Musketeer, Lava Loon, and that is where Expo shines, but it's not going to be that way today. Cannon card connected into the tower. One shot there.
We've seen a lot more Mega Minion with the double Prince decks, or at least one Prince with the Giant.
It is Graveyard from WEDGM. Archers played deep at the back. Mega Knight on top of that. Arrows to get rid of those archers. And a little bit of damage. Actually, very well defended by Team Timing there.
But not bad. Actually, pretty good damage without a poison. Also, some damage was chipped in from Log and Arrow. But without it, WEDGM ready with their P.E.K.K.A. against that Mega Knight. That will be the big tool.
You don't see much P.E.K.K.A. these days. We'll see how it fares in this current meta. Pairing it up with the Graveyard is a pretty good decision, but not much getting done for WEDGM in that push.
Yeah, because of the defensive poison from Team Timing, so they got one tool to go against a Graveyard, but the second, I think they'll be ready with an E-Wiz and the Mega Knight, probably. And with the Ice Wizard, I think they want to just pair it up with the Tornado.
Yeah, well, WEDGM do poison out that Graveyard from Team Timing. Not a lot getting done, and there's a lot of activity in that central part. P.E.K.K.A. to meet the Mega Knight again here. Goblin Brawler on the left-hand side is tornadoed into the center.
Yeah, activating the King Tower is crucial. Haven't seen the freeze yet from WEDGM. There's a defensive freeze from Team Timing.
How are they going to deal with this P.E.K.K.A.?
I think they were lacking few tools. They do have Skeleton.
Ooh, it got a hit!
Oh, what?
Oh, a little bit of mistiming with that Tornado, and that is Tower down. One giant swing from a P.E.K.K.A.
I thought the Tornado was in hand, maybe not, with the use of Tornado, and then Skeletons came down after that. It's either that Haruki wanted maximum value on the Tornado and wait for the critical timing, or that he just had to cycle throughout.
Yeah, played it ever so slightly too late. And Team Timing get a P.E.K.K.A. hit on the tower. Fisherman connects in.
Yeah,
still bad news.
There was also Cannon Card, right?
Cannon Card connected as well to finish off the tower. I
mean, it was game over, regardless of what happened there.
The defense fell apart for Team Timing. And it almost feels like it shouldn't have. Letting a P.E.K.K.A. get to the tower in 2020.
2020 and WEDGM did not have a freeze. It was just a tornado.
Okay. Is it this P.E.K.K.A. that gets to the tower?
No, this is way too early.
No, I think it might be.
still
我
120.
爆了，火球捏着，
Defensive poison.
他们自主就这样，就这样，
Oh
就这
yeah,
样。
yeah. So it's not going to be this
Down,
Pekka.
down.
This Pekka gets
Oh,
shut
yeah.
down.
少了，少了，少了。
我跟
This
个
is
机
the
甲
one.，
我火球在这。
对，先抽点血，先抽点血，不然后期打不过了。
Freeze came down.
So Haruki, he certainly has the elixir.
他没飞了，他
Play
没飞了。
tornado.
一刀 nice，
Too late.
直接锁塔了，滚到了。
Yeah, it was just the freeze decision. Do you think that would hurt them? Do you think it should have been the other way around? Tornado first and then a freeze after?
I think Haruki literally played what came into his hand. So he had freeze first, and then it was tornado, and then it was skeleton. If he had anything else, he shouldn't. I don't think he would make that type of decision, you know.
That's very fair. Okay, we're gonna go into game 2. Will Nuri and Haruki tighten up that defense? Seems like a timeout has been called here.
Yes, I can confirm that Team Timing has asked for a minute timeout.
I feel like they need it, and
Yes,
those.
after you get hit by a P.E.K.K.A.
Yeah.
on for 2v2, there's no way. You call for all the timeouts you need. You only get one.
Is that Big Daddy? Or is it Ho that is the coach of Team Timing?
And a person in an audience sleeping behind the sunglasses. Oh, by the
That is
way,
Ho.
guys, we are in a new studio, a Planet Studio. But of course, the stage, it seems like we just scooped it up and put it into a new studio. It's exactly the same.
What they did, they just knocked down the old studio and built a new one around it.
Oh, they literally built the studio. Let's keep the stage right there.
Okay. During this timeout, what would you be telling your players as a coach? Would you be saying like, guys, you can't be making those kind of mistakes? Would you push on that factor, or would you be like, it's all right, don't worry about it, just play your game?
I think one, if you get a P.E.K.K.A. shot again, you're going to have some serious training with me for the next 4 or 5 days. And two, I don't think their cycle really worked to line it up with their teamwork. Their graveyards didn't really do too much, partially due to better spell choices from WDGM, like those arrows, the freeze. Defensive freeze came down from Team Timing first, and that's a bad sign.
Yeah, I'm talking about bad signs. We'll see what happens in this one. Haruki and Nuri in red at the top, Higher and Solomon in blue at the bottom. Do you think that the national holiday here in Korea, Chuseok, the Korean Thanksgiving, do you think that might play a part in the performance of players like Team Timing?
I don't think so. I think it actually gives them a lot more, because better food you eat, your brain just functions better.
What if it's a food coma?
They can't be in food coma for the next few days from just 1 day break. I mean, it's a weekend break.
You haven't been to my mother-in-law's house when it comes to Chuseok, mate. I have a week-long food coma. Okay, it is going to be P.E.K.K.A. from both sides this time round. And it is looking like it is going to be Graveyard again from WEDGM.
Yeah, but because of that E-Wiz, oh, the log cancels everything.
Looks like Team Timing this time round have exchanged their Mega Knight for a P.E.K.K.A. of their own. Let's see how well they defend here. There is an aggressive freeze from Team Timing, but didn't really accomplish much.
Still a pretty good placement of that Hunter, and plus WEDGM had their defensive skeleton, so not that bad. And this is actually a pretty good activation.
Ooh, RG.
After the Hunter goes first, so this is a timing that Team Timing did not really expect. And the King Tower activation actually hurts them. What?
I like that switch. P.E.K.K.A. RG, both in the hands of Solomon. It's got a very heavy hand.
And then a graveyard from Kyer. Never know. And against the P.E.K.K.A. push, WDGM, they have delivery. So lots of pretty good tools against a big push that can pair up with those graveyards.
there's another RG. This time it is from higher. Will it be able to get to the tower? Tornado pulls it towards the bomb tower, so that's going to get a couple of hits in there. But this RG still a little bit healthy, but Pekka shuts that down. And perfect graveyard timing for team timing. Will they be able to defend? There's an arrows coming in to take out the archers off the board. Ewis is there as well, though, but some damage is sneaking through here.
That was a pretty good freeze with those arrows. Now the timing goes to WEDGM back and forth with the lumberjack. RG might just have all the power.
Well, that raged up RG gets a couple of hits in there. And it is very close. It is neck and neck as we enter the last 1 minute and 45 seconds, and that is another freeze. Is it going to be able to get damage into the tower? There's quite a few skeletons at the back. Ewis has to come down. 7-4-8 remaining on that, and it looks as though it is slipping slowly out of WEDGM's hands.
And they can't really pair it up with that much elixir just used after the freeze. Yep. Not even close to 5 for the RG push. So defensive poison is going to be WEDGM's choice, as they're losing out their challenge every single time whenever there is graveyard.
Bomb tower should be coming down soon. That hunter was not long for this world. Archers played up high, arrowed out of existence, and unless they can get back around to it, this graveyard might be incredibly dangerous.
Pretty good defense. Easy defense by team timing. Again, the defensive poison comes, but still, after a few connections from skeletons. And now he's ticking down to just few spell damage.
Tornado to pull that RG back, and then unfortunately the fisherman does pull the Pekka right into the RG. This graveyard should be it. Arrows comes in, and there we have it. Team timing take game 2. G-Clef, I gotta say, what do you think of Solomon basically having all the heavy cards? He had Pekka, he had an RG of his own, he had the Hunter Fisherman combo that you would mostly play together. That's another 7. That's 6, 7, 7 elixir. It's a hard cycle to manage. And he had the poison. He had the poison too, while Higher was carrying the fireball.
I don't think it's too bad. You do have to even it out, especially when you have something like the Pekka. You can't have Mega Knight Pekka together with that RG when there's no giant skeleton. So they had to bring something heavy. Like comparing it to the hands of WEDGM, or what you just mentioned, team timing, Haruki is having a Pekka and rest are pretty easy. Skeleton, log, so it's the opposite. So they can have a better cycle.
Yeah, I just feel like Solomon's deck is just a little bit too much on the heavy side, especially in the graveyard matchup where poison is super important. He's going to struggle to keep getting back to it. And you saw it there, it was just ever so slightly late.
Yeah, the cycle was a lot cheaper for team timing overall. And because at WEDGM, they have brought a heavier deck with the RG. Partially because of the giant skeleton ban, plus they wanted to have everything with it. They just wanted to have the perfect deck that they think works, but with a quicker cycle from freeze, it was hard to actually defend it easier. If they had some quicker cycle, like a Dark Goblin, or a few like Goblins, or Goblin Gang even, instead of like the Ewis, we saw a few moments where WEDGM, they were supposed to drop something after the freeze when the timing was way too late. It is because they have brought heavier cards.
Yeah, well, summed it up perfectly. I think, yeah, just the elixir cost was a little bit on the heavy side for WEDGM, but we're going to go into game 3 shortly. It seems like another timeout has been called, this time from WEDGM. They're chatting with their coach while they're on the stage.
And they can surely have, it takes some more damage, you can take some more damage, but if you bring a heavier deck, you can gather that much elixir for your own push right after. The counter push will be greater, but this time was not really the best, did not work out as good as they thought. Since team timing, they brought their cheaper graveyard cycle.
Well, we'll see what game 3 has in store. Game 1 was all about those graveyards. Game 2, RG did lose out to graveyard. Game 3, what are we going to find here? Double heal spirits from Team Timing. Is it going to be something super quirky like double E-golems?
Or G maybe from Team Timing. We see a lot more archers because of that Musketeer ban. Unless that archers don't come out as much, of course.
Cannon card, Graveyard from WEDGM. How is this going to work? The Graveyard not getting a lot done at the beginning. Baby Dragon's right on top, and now a couple of hits coming in, and that tower is going 1797. That's a big opening hit for WEDGM. But how are they going to be able to manage the Lava Hound in the future?
We'll see. Of course, Lava, just Lava doesn't really do too much. About 300-400 and a little bit more on the left for the Baby Dragon. But when WEDGM brings down the freeze, unless the freeze comes down, the Graveyard is not going to do much work with both King Tower hitting on the skeletons.
WEDGM got a lot done in both Graveyard pushes. Decent amount, I'd say. So they do take an advantage as we go into the last minute of this game. Lava Hound played at the back. What are they going to use to support it? It is double Lava Hound from Team Timing. So we might see a second one come down in a second. There you go. Double Lava Hound at the bridge. Lightning comes down to help take that bomb tower out of existence.
Yeah, good. Got the death damage out of the way. Even spending Tornado Fireball. I think Team Timing expected few.
Team Timing, I think, overwhelmed WEDGM here a little bit. That tower took massive amount of damage. It's down to 616 and still chunking down with that Lava Hound. That Baby Dragon isn't going to turn around, but a Graveyard Cannon card going down the right-hand side. They need this to work through WEDGM as they lose a tower. We're down to the last 20 seconds. WEDGM, I think, are out of it. The defense just seems to be too good.
Maybe not enough elixir at the best timing, but with that King Tower activation, the Graveyard barely did any work. The double Lava from Team Timing is actually going to win Game 3 and a 2v2 win for them.
Yeah, Nuri and Haruki continue their second half win streak in 2v2. They took out Line and One Crown, and right now they have taken out Higher and Solomon. The double Lava Hound at the bridge just proving too strong for WEDGM.
And with pretty good synergy, Lightning, Tornado Fireball, I think Team Timing expected more defensive troops or cards to be put down for Tornado Fireball. Because I've seen, what was it? Mega Minion only?
For who?
Mega Minion only for that Tornado Fireball that came down from Team Timing, which I think they expected few other units to be put down.
There was the activation. Are we going to see? That's it. So I think it's here. The Lightning comes down. Mega Minion gets played. Tornado. Fireball. And that gets the Baby Dragon to connect as well. And that dealt most of the damage. That tower was just doomed from the get-go.
And the Lava, I think, did the most damage. The double Lava. The pumps, not much.
I mean, it still finished the tower. Can't complain about that, but...
Yes, because WDGM gave up on the left side already, thinking that they have to use the Graveyard.
They had to. There was no option for them to play around that. They had to give up that tower. The double Lava Hound used to be a sign of desperation. Like, you play double Lava Hound, you have them both at the bridge, and usually there would just be a way to defend. But with Musketeer off the board, like from the bans, what are you going to put in instead? Archers just are not as strong as a Musketeer. Dark Goblin goes down a little bit too easy. Like, what could you actually use to defend them?
I actually like Flying Machine. When there's a Musketeer ban, I think Flying Machine is actually a pretty good card. It's about the same. It it's Flying Musketeer basically, and you also need a Fireball. It does go down. Musketeer doesn't go down to a Fireball. That will be the big difference, I would say. But not just Archers. Archers go down way too easily. That's the reason why with the Musketeer ban, expecting Archers, we've seen arrows from both teams.
Yeah. And even if you put in the other replacements, Arrows still takes care of Dark Goblin. Still takes care of Rascal Girls, which is
also Princess.
Kinda. Princess is so out of favor right now. Have we seen
Not
any?
in 2v2.
Not in 2v2,
Not in
right?
2v2. Maybe once or twice from some bait decks.
We haven't seen. There
Not
was no
this season.
Skeleton Dragon. We could have had Skeleton Dragon, and that would have helped deal with that quite nicely. But anyway, we're moving on to the King of the Hill between WEDGM and Team Timing. As you can see, neither of the team's players feature in the top 5. And that is not the greatest of signs. As we take a look here, only 2 players on WEDGM side have that 50% win rate. Only 1 on Team Timing, and that is Sado with nearly 60%. Radish, of course, has played exactly 1 day, so his 50% is a little bit cheating. But
No,
it's not looking
not
good.
really. But it is because of P's coming out. So I think today's, especially 1v1 matchup for WEDGM Team Timing, Hire Solomon versus Nuri and Sado. It feels like that's basically the battle, but I think the key actually relies on the third player.
Peas and
or the first player.
Peas and
versus
Haruki or Peas and Greed?
someone
It's gonna be
Greed.
Greed. All right.
Who wins the first battle? I think this is literally the key.
Well, should we take a look at their records? Because I know it and you know it. Greed has a whopping 0-6 win rate. Well, 0-6 record when it comes to the King of the Hill. Peace isn't that much better. It is 1-4. His first win was against Haruki of Team Timing, and then he did eventually lose to Sado in that one. Then it's Huyi, Boss, and Hajime have all taken games away from Peas. It's going to be a difficult matchup to decide who's going to win here.
And these win rate is combining a lot of other data, such as 2v2 or even going into last season.
It is the movable object against the stoppable force here. It's going to be Greed and Peas. Last time we saw Greed was against Nova, and he lost to CRS. He played Goblin Giant Sparky, I believe. And for Peas, guess what his last deck was that he played?
Golem.
Of course, it was the Golem Pump that he played. We haven't really seen much Pump this season. He's one of the players to play it with that Golem. He's also played a little bit of Graveyard, but it is mostly that Golem. So we'll see what we find here. Will it be Golem from Peas, or will it be a Graveyard, or will it be something completely out of character for Peas and Greed? We'll see what he brings. He needs a little bit of luck in this one.
You were already covered most of it. We're expecting from Greed is an Ice Graveyard and Peas, some type of Golem deck. Maybe a newer version, just like what we have seen with the Pump. Was it Pump Double Prince?
It was. It was Pump Double Prince with the E-Drag, Skeleton Dragon, Heal Spirit, and Nado.
Oh yes. Talking about E-Drag, we're getting a new E-something.
E-Giant.
The number 100 and number 101.
Yeah, we've all seen the trailer, man. It's looking good. I'd be interested to see how they're going to perform, but
E-Spirit.
it's going to be a while until we
Right?
get to see them, I think. E-Spirit, yeah.
We don't know the official name, but just guessing it's going to be E-Spirit.
Nobody tells us nothing. Nothing!
I mean, all you have to do is subscribe to Clash Royale. Look for those videos.
Alright, so we are just burning down the time until double elixir.
So, might just be what we have said. Graveyard Golem, or I would be surprised if Greed challenges Peas with his own Golem deck. You know,
Now-
that would be a treat. Golem versus Golem
Golem versus Golem would
in
be...
2020.
It'd be 2017 vibes for sure. what this kind of rules out is it does kind of rule out bait. Because, and especially like minor chip as well, there's a few decks that it shouldn't be.
Like wall breakers.
Yeah, there are a few decks that it shouldn't be, but we do occasionally see players with those decks wait until that 1 minute double elixir time to get going, and we do hear the Lava Hound played behind that timer on the right, and it is Graveyard from Peas. How is this going to work? That's a freeze! It's like watching sudden death!
Arrow's actually working out pretty nicely, but still that's a lot of damage, even defensive zap.
And it's also caused Greed to invest a considerable amount of elixir on that left-hand side, but that's a very healthy Inferno Dragon that gets a connection with the archers. Should be good to take care of that. And the Battle of the First Blood, Peas definitely has a major advantage coming into this.
One more freeze can actually finish this. Even with arrows, it's going to be at least a couple more hundred. Now 500, which is not bad. With the freeze, usually there's no poison. But with arrows and zap guards,
have to really see what the spell usage is. Is Peas going to be able to spell cycle out of this, or will Greed be able to somehow get through and finish this off? Graveyard is down. There is no elixir. The guards come down. There's the freeze. And I think that might just be tower down. Arrows comes in. Another hit. Another 69 hit points remaining on that tower.
2 more hits. Or just 1 more plus the freeze damage will finish the game. Greed, his own push. Not as successful with no lava to synergize with that miner.
Tornado getting another hit of damage, and freeze to finish it off. Peas takes game 1. He saw an opening, he took it and did critical amounts of damage. His opponent, Greed, invested a little bit too much elixir in a Lava Hound, not really finding out what his opponent was bringing, and just exposed himself there and then.
And bringing the older version with arrows instead of Barbarian's guards, sort of a different version of Lava on his own. The Peas having a clutch. I think 1v1 freeze is actually very powerful.
It's also underutilized. We do not see it all too much. It's powerful.
Sort of like low.
But it's in situations like this where it is the most powerful, right? Where you're catching your opponent off guard. He put a massive investment at the back, and Peas was just like, right, it's go time. Let's do this. Even if it's double elixir period, I can still just get critical damage and then just slowly chip away at the last 700 damage, and that's exactly what he did. Finishing it with a tornado and a freeze, though, is it's a bit cheeky.
Well, tornado does damage now, so you just gotta use everything. Well, he did have Valkyrie, which does pair up really well with the tornado too.
Yeah.
And you can synergize with the freeze. You can bring everything into a spot and then freeze after to catch maximum.
Do you think waiting until double elixir time was the right move for both players? Do you think someone should have gone first within that first 2 minutes, or?
I think it mattered a little less for I would say Peas, but I think he also wanted to hide the freeze in a way so that he could just literally finish it with 1. And because of the deck choice, of course, yeah, with Lava you usually see Zap, and with one other tool. But it was arrows, of course no poison against the Graveyard. But even with the freeze, if there's defensive poison, it's a lot of risk. But that game's gone. Of course, Peas still standing there. Now his opponent is Sado.
Sado, who has slowly started to move away from that Graveyard Cannon card deck that we've, the Graveyard Mortar Cannon card deck that we've seen. He started to experiment a little bit more. He played the Ice Wiz version with the Goblin Cage. Last week he did beat Hajime and lost to Jack with that. He did play Mortar Cycle with the Hog Rider and lost to KK. Royal Giant Fisherman with the basic Royal Giant Fisherman Hunter deck was his win against Reiki Jones this week. What do you think he's going to do? You think he's going to go back to the mortar cannon card? Do you think he's going to play something a little bit tricky against Peas? Like, Peas is the weakest member of WED GM based on current stats. He's kind of predictable. Do you think you would go for something safe? Do you think you'd go for something risky if you are Sado in this situation?
Mortar's still good against what Peas can play, which is always a golem potential. So I think just going with the regulars might actually be totally fine for Sado. As we do see Knight Cannon card already, so that's a good sign for a graveyard deck.
It is going to be Royal Recruits played up high, splitting 4 and 2 for Peas here.
The balloon that's been doing pretty well with the recruits in the west.
It's going to be Hogs. Heal Spirit played. He's going to come in onto the opposite side from the Royal Hogs. Huh.
Peas wanted some more, but this isn't totally bad.
No, it's actually really good. He got quite a lot of damage in that push. Relatively even in Elixir, couple of hundred up. Decent Royal Hog push. Just wondering where that Heal Spirit was going to go. I think maybe he wanted Sado to try and get that Musketeer off the board and the Heal Spirit to help out there. But we'll see, this Graveyard is going to get quite a lot of damage, especially when you put Royal Recruits up high. They're not good against Graveyard when played that high up. And that tower has taken an absolute beating right now. 390 remain.
That's
on
like
that tower.
2,000 damage with just a push. And the delivery on top of all, but still after the motor is gone, Sado's going to elect in Elixir.
Heal Spirit got absolutely no healing on anything, but the Royal Recruit and the Skeleton Dragon might actually finish this tower off. It's going to be close. Down to 3-9-2, and everything's all even Stevens again. Graveyard comes in against a weakened Knight. Royal Recruits played much deeper, further back this time, but any skeleton that spawns on that bottom side of this Graveyard is going to get a couple of hits in. 189 remaining there.
Only less than 200 for Peas. And the Royal Hogs, let's see what the timing looks like before the Hogs. Oh, even after it. Heal Spirit's pretty good. The motor is right next to it.
148 remaining. Will Peas be able to cycle back to a spell in the next 15 seconds?
That's a connection. Still needs one more fireball.
Is Peas going to be able to get back around to it? That's the question. I don't think he's got time. The fireball's too late. And that is that. Peas goes down with pretty much a whisper here as Sado takes game number 2. Royal Recruits are not good against Graveyard Chief. Especially when they're played up high, and even when they're not, even when they're played right on top of the tower, it's still a risky move. Do you think Peas should have used something else if he had it to try and defend there?
But he just had to use the Recruits to defend. What was it coming down from the bridge? Cannon cart, I believe.
Cannon cart, this
yes.
one here, right? Cannon cart was coming down. But surely, yeah, I was gonna say, like, Log would be in hand.
So either I think Peas should have had used Recruits all the way up top so that the cannon cart doesn't lock from the Princess Tower.
But even then, I think that's a very risky move. And this Heal Spirit got nothing done. Right, nothing healed in that.
Just one recruit, I think. Even spending a fireball here was... Peas was trying to go...
It was an overinvestment.
And also Sado having the cannon cart, which turns into a cannon that does attract all those Royal Hogs.
Is gonna be Higher coming out in that position 2 for WEDGM. Higher against Sado. This should be a much tighter, much cleaner game than what we just saw from Peas. What's your expectation of Higher? Because Higher is on a bit of a win streak right now. The last time he lost was against Hajime. Since then, he has beaten Expo twice in a best of 3. He beat Benza, Yuya, and Light when he all-kill kicks. Do you think we're going to see the resurgent Hire, or do you think he's going to slip back into semi-old ways? What do you think we're going to see out of Hire?
Let me see these players, especially experienced players, coming back into form. Usually they do stay at that level or they go above. And Hire to come back in a meta where things actually didn't really change too much for the last 2 months. It wasn't strange. He was losing a lot of just one-game duels from King of the Hill. He certainly had a lot of chances, but often running into a worse of a matchup for Hire. I think that costed him a lot, especially this season. But when he's having a decent matchup and not as bad, like he's bringing these wins.
The last time these two met, Hire did lose to Sado. Sado played, where is it? Graveyard with the Bomb Tower. Okay, he played the Ice Wiz version, and Hire played Minor Wall Breakers.
Which he has used last week. Also.
He did. He used Minor Wall Breakers Valkyrie last week. It worked out pretty well against Yuya. So we'll see if it works. Again, he did beat Expo Master with Minor Wall Breakers as well, but that one was with Musketeer instead. So we'll see what he brings. Is he going to bring Minor Wall Breakers? I don't think Minor Wall Breakers would be particularly great against the Mortar Cannon Cart Graveyard.
You don't really expect the wall breakers to connect. It will be mostly just minor scratches. It depends. If you do want to have a building of against some potential hogs or royal hogs or even ramp riders, or you go a little bit lighter without the Mega Knight, with the Mega Knight instead of the building. But I think Hire is a player. It's a player that does like to go for a cheaper cycle compared to the Mega Knight version. So that could be a pretty good matchup for Hire if he chooses the wall breakers again. Judging that, just guessing that Sado is going to, assuming that he's going to bring exactly the same with the Cannon Cart Graveyard.
But we'll see what they bring as we just start Game 3 of this King of the Hill. Hire against Sado.
Archers.
Is it?
You feeling what I'm feeling?
No.
No. We've seen still a whole lot of RG decks with archers.
Cannon Cart played deep at the back. The Brawler is going to take a considerable beating here, and it is going to be that Graveyard Mortar Cannon Cart deck from Sado again. And with Hire bringing Fireball, that's one of the tools that you kind of need right off the board, and that would be Poison. So Hire might find it a little bit tricky if it is going to be that Graveyard, unless Sado changes something drastically.
I would like to see it. I would like to see Sado tricking out his opponent with something wild, expecting that this is supposed to be the deck. But with the Cannon Carts.
Cannon Cart bats roll delivery, it is most likely the Mortar Graveyard deck. What's Hire bringing, G-Clef?
You can still have recruits, I mean. And I'm guessing this isn't the version, but I'm guessing Royal Hogs. Or even with the it is possible. We've seen balloons with the law.
It's going to be Ram Rider. That is a very interesting choice, and that's going to get a healthy connection, catching Sado without much in the way of defense here. And that Ram Rider still going. 1-1-2-5 on that tower. Absolute beating right there. Hire exploited Sado. Just opened him up put his hands inside, pulled out the heart of Sado's defense. And here comes a graveyard. Royal recruits up high to stop the cannon cart from getting over the top. Archers arrows the way.
Immediately, but everything else caught by the cage, so not as bad as you think. And there's log again, but the bats are going to take care of those Ram Rider easily. Be well defended with that delivery option.
Yeah, now that Sado knows that it is Ram Rider, he can hold on to those mortars and just rely on graveyard damage, but he's not even getting that in right now. He's really struggling to lay down the pain onto Hire's towers. And I mean, right now, if you're Hire, you can sit back and take it easy, right?
I think
you don't need to force things through.
Still do need to go through the mortar and then the tower, and if you get the connection from the cannon cart, it is going to get that connection way too late. There's no other tool to stop it.
That might just be tower down. 499, and now Sado has to play that Hail Mary. But I just don't think it's going to work. I think this is going to be easily defended. The archers are going to clean up the bats. Not going to get enough damage on that Ram Rider. Mortar up high, though. No, kidding. I think this is Hire's game to lose right now.
See, Sado, he's still got arrows. Less than 500. Still will take lots of cycles for Fireball. And risky play for Hire.
Yeah, playing that the Musketeer right at the back, and it decides to walk down the opposite lane. I don't know if that was intentional, but it has caused Hire to take quite a lot of damage here. 915 remains. A Musketeer hit on that top right-hand side.
Defended with just one hit plus. He forced out a delivery. That's about it for Sado. And Remnant off to the right side. Again, pulled by the mortar up on top high.
Card's not even going to get a sneaky hit in, but it might. Nope. There's a Fireball on the left-hand side.
Yeah, with a scratch onto the Musketeer, Fireball does take care of it. One graveyard is all you need. There's the cage to block it. Archer's gone with those arrows. No further damage.
That is that. Hire takes the game. Sado just could not get that going. So, Hire's putting the Musketeer at the back and it going down the right-hand side.
I don't think that was intentional, as Hire was thinking about his defense first. And Hire did start to push a little towards the right when the Musketeer connected a shot, which sort of made it even. And then after he tried pushing with the Ram Rider, just to make it a little harder for Sado, because when Sado was only focusing on the left with the graveyard.
I mean, Hire wanted Sado to go down the right because massive tower advantage. Like, Hire's bottom right tower barely took any damage, but look at the exploit of that window there. Sado has like one elixir when that Ram Rider comes down. The Knight is real high and it's just snared into oblivion and gets a massive connection. And again here, the cannon cart just got way too much damage in on that top left-hand tower. And then from there, Sado did kind of find a way back. I think is it this graveyard? Immediately after, where he gets an absolute ton of damage in.
I think so. After the arrow, he did some more damage.
It's the next one that takes it down, but then he just couldn't really get more into the tower.
Yeah, Hire did wait for a better recruit timing against the cannon cart, against lots of his tools. Sado, usually the Knight was supposed to do some damage to the Ram Rider or to block it against the Musketeer crossing the bridge, but because of those snares and slow, you can't really, the timing really doesn't really work out. And the Knight, when it's walking so slow, it's never really going to reach any target soon. So I think that was really throwing Sado off of what he was expecting and the reason why he played the Knight every single time.
Well, were you expecting a Ram Rider to come in there?
Oh, it was possible, but usually the version that I have seen is more with the Bandit instead of the Cannon card, which is always, which you can sort of just pull in and out. It's also the same bridge spam. No, that's not the same. But with the Ram Rider, I think Sado was expecting Ram Rider, 100%. Not 100%, but up to like 90%.
I feel like if he was expecting Ram Rider, he would have dealt with it a little bit better. I know he had no elixir, but...
Yeah, but more common version of the Ram Rider, of course, is one with the Lumberjack, second with the Bar Putt, which is a lot more expensive compared to what we have just seen from Higher.
So, game 4 potentially could be the final game of this King of the Hill. WE Gym a 1 win away from closing this out. It's going to be Higher and Nuri. What? This one's going to be a difficult one to call early on. The last time these two teams met, I don't think Nuri played.
Was it Sado wins all over the board? It's been a long, I think it's
Oh yeah, it was Sado kill last time round. So Sado got the sweep. Last time these two teams met, he did take out Peas, Higher, and Solomon, but it's not going to be that way today, as Higher took him out. So it is going to be Higher versus Nuri.
And guessing Nuri would love to bring Balloon back, as balloons are sneaking into the meta. Seen some Ice Golem, Balloon to Ice Golem, Lava Loon, Miner Loon, and a Hog Rider from Higher. So Higher's having somewhat of fun since last week with this Hog Rider deck.
So Nuamisa has not won in the second half of the season so far. He has lost to CRS, KK, and Jack. His last win came right at the tail end of the switch between the first half and the second half. And that was against Nuamisa. Since then, he has lost twice to Paradox in a best of 3, lost to CRS, KK, and Jack.
Nuri?
Nuri.
Thought you said Nuamitsu.
What? No. That was his last win.
Uh-huh.
His last win was against Nuamisa.
Yeah, even with the EQ, the cage, and the Brawler, first hit does connect very quick. So the reason why it's a preferable building out of all, especially against the RG. Still, because of some earthquake damage, Higher is winning the duel for now.
Nuri playing a very early RG at the back. Usually we see this a little bit later in the game. Heal Spirit to really disrupt the Spear Goblins. Here comes the Hog Rider. Is the EQ coming down this time round? It is not.
One hit from Hog, just good enough. Fire's actually not using the building. I think he wanted to save it up for the next incoming RG, but still it is before double elixir time.
Yeah, I think he was just expecting with an RG play to the back for a second RG to pop its way in. And there it is. Is the bomb tower going to come down? There it is. Very nice positioning, very deep. Is this RG going to be able to get a hit on the tower? It is not. Nicely defended.
Again, instantly with EQ Hog. Skeletons, they melt down from EQ, single tick. And Higher can't really use too much against the Brawler because he has to wait for the cage timing.
Yeah, I feel like right now Higher really could benefit from just delaying his heal spirit ever so slightly so the Hog Rider makes more of that heal, but it's working out for him right now. 1062 on that top right hand tower. This Hog Rider.
Yeah, switching off to a different attack pattern from Higher immediately once he sees that RG, so he does finally get that one hit push.
expecting to see the bomb tower come down deep again, but the Musketeer isn't going to have any interest in that RG at all, which means the RG is going to get at least one hit, possibly two.
Yeah, but the Hog Rider also did a damage, so that's good. And also a miss, uncharacteristic miss from Louis there. Carbo only hitting the bomb tower. As we're talking Hog hit and 2 more EQs for higher. Even the Musketeer.
I mean, Higher looks like he has this one in the absolute bag right now. EQ logged down to 77. Bomb tower played up high, but all Higher has to do is cycle back around to an EQ. And he takes game 4, which forces this to set 3. A 1v1.
And he's not... Okay, he's going off stage. I thought he was just going to stay for that 1v1.
I'd expect him to come out because he is playing just phenomenally. WEDGM's best player right now is easily Higher. He has the best run of form. He all-killed kicks last time. He just got another 2 wins this time round against Team Timing. I mean, it's all going right for him.
So it's certainly back into form, especially getting a lot of wins with this Hog EQ. And he's been running into not a bad matchup, like not as many fishermen whenever he's playing the Hog. He's playing it against lots of safe players who actually does not use that many fisherman decks.
Yeah, it's about knowing your opponent. That's like half the battle right now. And Higher just seems to have an absolutely perfect read on everyone in the league. I mean, looking at his second half season, he completely swept TTG, he swept kicks, and has lost to Reiki and Hajime. Now, Reiki and Hajime are 2 players who don't really have as much information as, let's say, Paradox Boss Famous Kid or Benza Yuya Light, because Benza and Light and Boss, Famous Kid, and Paradox, they are big players. You see them all the time on ladder. You know who they are. There's a plethora of information about these players. But players like Hajime and Reiki, they're a little more under the radar, and that's where Higher has struggled, like the under the radar players. So we'll see if he's going to come out in this 1v1. The last time he came out was actually against Expo Master in a 1v1, and he won 2-0.
Yeah, not too long ago. Actually, just last week, right?
It was indeed.
Yeah.
But he also played first half. The first half of the season, it was against Expo Master as well in a best of 3, and he lost that one 1-2.
I think, yeah, the best bet for WDGM, Higher. Higher versus Sado will be a pretty good shout for that 1v1 spot.
We haven't seen much of Solomon lately.
Solomon did get pretty... Solomon had a big day against, I believe, Nova.
Yeah. He swept AUK, Lil Chen, and LCL.
But after that moment, it was all Higher. And for both teams, not really get to have that many set 3.
Yeah, we do not. And it is going to be Higher. Back on stage.
Tricked us.
Takes his headset off, walks around in a circle, and then just puts it back on again.
Just for a surprise.
And it is going to be against Sado here.
Of course, it's exactly what we expect from Team Timing.
Team Timing could put out Nuri in this situation.
Yep.
That they have done 3 times already when it comes down to the 1v1 set. And I mean, Nuri's stats pretty good. He 2-0 Jack, he 2-1 CRS and did lose 0-2 to Paradox, but we're getting to that point where if you're going to get into the playoffs, you need more 1v1 players. So giving Sado this best of 3 experience at this stage in the season just does make sense.
And I think it's a better matchup for Team Timing if they have Sado against Higher. Just thinking about a few other options, not just the Hog, Royal Hogs. Motors are actually going to do pretty well, forcing some aggressive motor positioning against the EQ. Can lead into some motor connection even when you have the Hog Rider deck.
Well, I don't know if we're gonna see Hog Rider in this one. I think Hire might go for something a little bit tastier. I'm feeling Balloon in this one.
Balloon. Lumberjack balloon?
Yeah.
Lumberjack recruit balloon?
No, with the Mega Knight.
With the Mega Knight. That could also turn into Royal Hogs.
Yeah. Well, that was the joy of that deck when he played against Light, is that we were expecting the Royal Hogs, and then he did lob down that balloon, and I think it even caught Light by surprise because it walk, talk, and acted like a Royal Hog deck.
Especially with the log. Did trick a lot of us all together. Sado now bringing the Ice Wizard. It's the Ice Graveyard.
Most likely. Cannon card from Hire here.
So, just judging from the cards we have seen before, let's recruit Ram Rider. Will be likely the option for Hire. And just waiting for graveyard timing, maybe before the Elixir time.
There's the Ram Rider. He hasn't found a window like he did the last time these two met in that King of the Hill, but thought it was going to push its way through, but unfortunately the Brawler, Barbarian, and Baby Dragon were all enough to take it down real quick.
Sado did have to use a lot of Elixir. No real big damage, only a few spells put in both sides. Just to get it off the tower and to recycle.
So right now, if you Hire, you have to wait until Sado throws down a graveyard, right? And try to exploit that cost. Does he really have the tools to defend against the graveyard, though? The archers are there. Now that they're down, maybe this is Sado's time to go.
Poison was just down, and there's nothing else really taking damage. It's Hire's turn. Barbaro's good.
Is that cage going to go down? It is Fireball to push everything away. Is the Ram Rider going to get a connection? It is not. Baby Dragon does get a connection.
Oh, the cannon
right
is locked. Even with that pull, I think it did sneak in just before going down.
Oh, I thought that was completely written off. It didn't look as though it would be in range, but just ever so slightly in there. And that gives Hire a massive advantage.
Even further with these delivery, with that placement of Ice Wizard. And this time using the cannon card to take the skeleton damage.
At the front, the Baby Dragon is going to get splashed, but it's actually not going to get any splash damage on that tower. I think everything just moved away ever so slightly.
Yes.
Graveyard did not do what Sado needed it to do. He is good on the defense there against the Ram Rider, so no damage coming in. Musketeers are played down at the back.
Musketeers towards center, archers on the back. The one poison cannot catch everything.
Again, it's in range once that ice. Isn't that exactly the same place it was last time?
No, this time is actually a little more to the right. Last time it was like half time in.
Okay, Graveyard is down. Ram Rider is there.
Yeah, again, the archers survive. And when both of them are still there, the Graveyard not as powerful, but still poison is chipping some damage.
Yeah, and it is enough to give Sado the lead at this point. Hire needs to find a way through into a tower. Is it going to be here? No, but here is the Ram Rider. The cage is going to go down. Tornado to bring it in. The Brawler is just too much for that Ram Rider to handle.
Less than 30 seconds now. As the poison's doing oh, those skeletons actually doing work this time.
Yeah, and the archers at the back this time were in the poison. Here comes the Ram Rider. Cage played super high. Is enough to just distract her for a while. The brawler is enough to take her down again. And this looks as though Sado has it in the bag, down to the last 2 seconds. There we have it. Sado does take game 1 of this best of 3.
Yeah, what it seemed like, Higher had better defense against the Graveyard, but it actually forced a lot of Elixir, a lot of it, defensive Elixir, because not just the Musketeer, Archers, also some Cannon Cart was used. And when those are all going for a push, Sado was ready with some Bar Barrel, some cage placement, and of course with the Ice Wizard, the Ram Rider wasn't going anywhere, and when it's getting close to the tower, he also had Tornado.
I think Hire's only damage into the tower actually came from that Cannon Cart. I don't think it took any damage after that apart from
that Cannon Cart and some Fireball, at least 1 or 2.
It was spell damage and 1 set of Cannon Cart hits. And then after that, it was just perfect placement of the cage. The great use of the Tornado by Sado, just playing solid defense. And I mean, it was so hard for Hire to break through. There was just too many tools in Sado's armory to just make sure that the Ram Rider never gets through. And the Ram Rider is a lot of the damage potential of that deck. Cannon Cart, it's kind of, you have to rely a little bit on luck to get a Cannon Cart to get a connection.
You can certainly catch your opponent off guard, especially when you're playing a Cannon Cart in an open lane with just naked Graveyard, unlike naked Cannon Cart. But especially the decks that Hire has been bringing today, the Hog Rider, the Bridge Spam, I think Sado just made a smart decision. Just going back to, okay, I have my deck, the Sado deck that we all know with the Graveyard, but because of all the charge potential and the connections that can be made, I think being safe, going with the slow, going with more control version with the Tornado is actually a pretty smart decision by Sado. I think he can play that few more times, unless Hire brings something else that we have not seen today. Mostly it was Recruit, Royal Hogs, the Hog Rider, and the Ram Rider that we have seen today. So what else?
Golem.
Hire plays Golem?
You never know. He plays with peas, man. He's got to at least tried a couple, but I don't think bringing Golem would be a good choice for a game where if you lose, your team takes a loss against a direct rival in terms of league standings. WEDGM really do need to get a win here over team timing, because otherwise they're going to be, it's more congestion at the bottom of the league. WEDGM lose, TTG will be on equal standings, and then I think 7 to 5th will all be on the same point score.
And Hire, yeah, we were on screen for just a second because WEDGM, they did ask for a timeout. It is their last chance with Sado grabbing the first victory.
We'll see if this timeout is enough for Hire to kind of get back into it, get his mindset right, because it all relies on this. The playoff hopes of WEDGM can be strengthened or weakened depending on Hire's performance here. If he loses, WEDGM are back in the thick of that huge scrap for to avoid getting knocked out. If he wins, he still holds chance to give his team a little bit of breathing room. So we'll see how this one plays out.
So, Hog Rider? For Hire, or is this all a trick?
There is the EQ.
And Sado, as we expected, just exactly the same. I think Tornado just controls a lot of what Hire has brought today overall in his deck choice.
Yeah, and also if it is the Hog Rider, it's going to make life a little bit difficult when the Tornado is still in hand, because you do not want to activate that King Tower.
Sado also has a cage. This time, I think Higher just has to rely on EQ damage. Unless he's getting some massive elixir trade. Yeah, so we don't see the Hog Rider ever.
Playing Hog EQ without ever playing the Hog.
Which is okay, as long as you're winning the game. Certainly before double elixir time, I think Higher wants to cycle just a little faster.
Graveyard coming down the left. Baby Dragon played out of nowhere. Bomb Tower has to come up high to protect against that Baby Dragon damage. Spear Goblins are going to go down to that Tornado. A Knight thrown in, but the Skeleton's got quite a bit of damage there. Sado takes a decent lead as we go into the last minute of normal time.
And a very off timing from Sado on that Tornado. I loved it, and EQ again with the Heal Spirit.
Just the one hit though. The ice was too strong in that situation, just slowing the Hog Rider down to an absolute crawl.
And that's the cost of Sado using an aggressive Tornado. Because of that play, he actually got a better trade.
EQ comes in. The Knight is up high. Higher has the advantage as we get down to the last 20 seconds, but can he capitalize it? Can he continue to push forward and get damage in and avoid taking too much damage from these graveyards? That is a good Hog there, giving Sado a difficult choice. Do you Tornado? Do you not? He chose not to and takes another hit there.
From the Hog Rider directly, plus the EQ. But in the meantime, Sado has been doing okay work at the bottom. And Higher just wants to have a quicker game.
And that Hog Rider there again opens up a small window for those Spear Goblins to come in and do some work. But the Musketeer is leaving the back of that graveyard alone.
Yeah, even forced out a Heal Spirit. That's a big plus for Sado. Yeah, Higher just did use the EQ, so this Hog Rider is not going to be as powerful. Also without the Heal Spirit this time.
But the decisions are great for Higher. Playing that Hog Rider, as soon as he sees something that will tank for that graveyard, he's actually super smart. Oh, Sado catching those Spear Goblins super early there.
Right in the poison.
Great predictive poison. Tornado to pull the Knight out of the way.
EQ. 1 EQ plus the Hog, plus Log.
That'll do it. Ish.
Just not enough, but with another quick cycle, so Sado off to the last chance.
Poison is there, he needs a couple of hits, but it's not going to be good enough. Higher takes game 2. There were some phenomenal decisions there from Higher just to extend Sado and give him kind of difficult decisions. The Hog Rider coming down on the right-hand side when you kind of want to focus the graveyard on the left. You want to use that Tornado maybe to get rid of the Spear Goblins there. You throw in the poison early. Just the pressure that Higher managed to put on Sado every time he was looking to play that graveyard was just phenomenal.
I love the fact that Higher, before the double elixir time, where you know that the graveyard is coming, forced a defensive, first somewhat of defensive elixir by playing Hog Rider right when you see that graveyard, so that Sado's graveyard cannot be as powerful, at least throwing down a couple of more units.
I mean, that was kind of risky for Higher there, throwing that EQ in. It eventually works, but it was a bit of a risk.
Yeah, but still, EQ, every single tick, it does bring down skeletons. So it's like, it's sort of like having 3 logs.
I mean, he went for the EQ at the top. While the graveyard was down, he didn't try to really defend it that well. He was like, well, I need this damage in now. I need it done quickly. And it paid off in the end. But we're going to get into game 3. Are we going to see RG out of Sado? He's played it once, twice this season. Just double check. He's played 3 times this season. How many games has he played? an insane amount of games. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 games he has played it 3 times, and this has been the season of RG.
Old RG with Fisherman Hunter combination is also good.
It'd be interesting if Sado does decide to go for RG here, because there is no way Higher would expect it.
Don't really expect Sado to play.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So if you play it now, it might be a good decision. Might throw Higher off guard. Because Higher probably thinks that Sado is going to bring Graveyard, because that's pretty much all he has bought all season long. Switching it up could be a good decision.
Or Royal Hogs. I think hog play from Sado can also be a great decision to go against. And Higher's been just cycling through just about 3 decks that he's been using today. I think one is going back to the Ram Rider Recruit, which I think is a bad idea for Higher.
Could go for the Minor Wallbreaker combo for Higher. Because that is a deck that he pulls out in a clutch. So the last time he played Minor Wallbreakers, he did lose to Sado. The last time he played against Sado.
I think it's up to Sado if he just goes back to the Motor Graveyard. Or is he going to play the Ice Graveyard 3 times in a row, which I don't think it's working anymore.
Cannon card played for Higher.
So this might be the Ram.
Sado does have that cage, so it's going to be fine for now. Both players just kind of getting a feel for each other, what they're playing against.
So 3 for 3 for Sado. And Higher, when he had this matchup last time, did lose against the Graveyard. You can look for those connections with the cannon card, but it's less likely that's going to happen. What do you think about the matchup time?
It's real hard to say right now. I
think it's actually a lot harder for Higher because of Tornado, the ice.
I mean, he struggled the first time round with this, right? He struggled before, so the Ram Rider is just going to have a hard time getting through, but this cannon card actually might sneak in on that. Oh, it got one shot in and then turned around. Cannon card got a sneaky shot in as it was being pulled into that center, and then it turned around to finish, to get a hit into the Brawler. But it's those lucky, sneaky hits that Higher, I feel, has to rely on, because I can't see him finding a way through otherwise.
I think Higher is doing a great job today. Overall, just looking for those timing attacks where you don't really expect an opponent to play the specific card. Pretty good offensive poison from Sado, getting Musketeer plus the Recruit. Didn't do tower damage, but still that was worth the elixir trade.
Graveyard coming in down that left-hand side. There's Ram Rider. Archers play deep at the back. Archers are going to help clean up. Just a couple of hits in. Ram Rider is going to get distracted by Cage, which does mean she will inevitably fall. And again, like, Higher is just struggling to connect onto a tower.
No, this is his chance, though. That's the reason why he's going to even use the log. I think Sado did overextend just a little bit with that poison.
Well, wasn't punished for it. Because Higher cannot really punish it. 2 on the left, 4 on the right. Higher seems to be trying to pull Sado's attention down that right-hand side, because Higher's taking quite a lot of damage on the left.
So the Ram Rider No ram this time. This horse just missing a lot more with the fireball. Now the recruits.
Get a lot of damage up there. Nice choice holding the Ram Rider back from higher. But the graveyard down here might get an equal amount of damage in 996, and that puts Sado back in the lead as we enter that triple elixir period.
Yeah, but Sado did take a lot of damage. Let's see if Higher wants to switch it up. Does not. She just keeps on going with that Ram Rider now again.
So he has to try and find a way through the cannon card here. He's going to connect onto the Ice Wiz, then he's going to turn around for the Naito. Well stopped this time round. Ram Rider again going to run into a cage. Can Higher put anything around this Ram Rider? That fireball is good. Oh, but the tornado is even better.
Sado was ready for that moment. He knew that fireball was coming down. Now Archer's on top of the poison.
Oh, but the cannon card on the right-hand side gets a connection. And that is that. A cannon card sneaks through.
In.
Sado was so focused on his graveyard, I don't think he quite caught that cannon card in time.
I was also so focused on the graveyard.
But that is how Higher had to get it done. He had to kind of sneak in these cannon cards because those Ram Riders were never getting close. That was just the way that deck had to play. It relied a little bit on luck.
Give me that replay. The finishing moment.
You have to rely a little bit on luck if you're Higher there, because Sado had everything to just nullify damage. That was a great fireball. Deleting the Ice Wiz early didn't put him too far behind. He didn't overextend there. Little bit of extra damage from the recruits, and that gave him a lot to move forward. That gave him a platform to continue to build. That was a good fireball, but unfortunately Tornado was even better.
So this cannon card, exactly when the poison came down, so Sado did not have elixir.
Sado was so focused on his own attack that he didn't have anything to stop that cannon card. We'll be right back after a quick break with the second match tonight, Nova Esports versus TTG. Do not go anywhere. And welcome back to CRL East. What?
Now we're back.
I'm really confused right now. Anyway,
we're back.
We are. It
That's
didn't
all
sound.
that
It sounded like you were a frog ribbiting in my ear, and that's why I got really confused. I was like, why would you make a frog sound right now? We just saw WEDGM take out Team Timing. That last game was a game. It was close.
Yep.
I think so. So we had this discussion during the break. I think that Hire was a little bit lucky to get those attacks in. You just said he was aggressive.
He was lucky because he was aggressive and he looked for a critical timing, or he just won because he had more elixir.
Skill. That would be skill.
Yes, that's skill.
So we're arguing different things. I think it was a little bit lucky. You think it was heavily skill. I mean, it was overly aggressive, not defending that graveyard poison that came down, but it was the right choice. It got him the win in the end. We're all good and gravy. What a game. What that means is that this next match is actually super important again for both teams, because if Nova lose, they're going to be right there around WEDGM and Team Timing and everyone else. TTG, they need to win this to stay within breathing distance of the rest of it, because everyone else is pulling away. TTG are on a massive losing streak right now. 3 games in a row without a win. Where is this win going to come from for TTG?
So I think TTG is literally running out of oxygen, as they needed to have some more breathing room, some more extra space. I'm talking especially in active roster. But because they've been staying together and not really having any sort of changes, especially in 2v2, not grabbing that many wins. And also 1v1s, it's been hurting a lot. And they're facing against an opponent with possibly the best roster right now this season, other than Ponos. That's Nova Esports. They've been having some losing streak 3 in a row, now back in a winning streak. That's Nova Esports for you.
Up and down roller coasters all the way around.
If TTG grabs a win today against Nova, the sun is going to rise up from the west tomorrow. That's how hard TTG is going to have. That's how hard of a match TTG is going to have today.
Yeah,
it's going to be near impossible.
You can see from these stats, 2v2 win rate favors Nova. King of the Hill favors Nova. The only thing that doesn't is that 1v1 win rate, which does favor TTG, but they have relied on Paradox, who will not be available for today.
Oh yes, and from the penalty of last week. So Nova, I think they can just put out a show.
They always put on a show, but it's gonna, as you said, it's gonna be real rough for TTG. It's not impossible, but I mean, if you're going against AUK and LCUP in that 2v2, any other pairing, I think TTG have a chance. AUK, LCUP have just been dominant together. Yes, they have less win rate, less games played than Ponos, but I mean, look at that 85.7% win rate. When your opponent is struggling with every matchup they've done, struggling to get over 50%.
And the best part is that we hear AUK and LCR play and they don't even speak much. They speak like they talk like they're not even spending that much energy into the match, but their play is fine.
When they communicate, they pay per word, I think. So like they try to keep talking down to an absolute minimum. But this is an in-studio game since both teams are Chinese.
Oh, that's
However,
right.
TTG do only have 2 Chinese members, which is Nomisa and Huyi, with the others being scattered abroad. And yeah, just the 2 players for them. When you go against like Nova, who have what, 5 in the studio right now? Feels a bit unfair. 5 versus 2.
5 versus 2, that's unfair, but I think we saw, yeah, that's LCUP and AUK for Nova. Oh, and Hui back on stage.
Hui, yeah. Back to the original 2v2 that TTG were gonna run with, which is Nuamisa and Hui. AUK and LCUP though, this suddenly became a whole lot worse for TTG.
But TTG is also back with the original pair. It's been some time. At least I remember the last 2 weeks or a little more than that, TTG has been focusing on Nuomitsu and Famous Kid pair.
It's been quite a few weeks since Nuomitsu and Hui actually played. The last time was against Talon when they lost 0-2 to Line and One Crown. And together, Nuomitsu and Hui have won against Ponos. They beat KK and Yakitori. But since then, it has all been downhill for this pairing, which is why TTG switched to Nuomitsu and Famous Kid. But unfortunately, that started to peter out after their first win, very much the way that Nuomitsu and Hui did.
2v2, we're expecting... We've seen a lot more Musketeer bans. And because of that, a lot of teams have been moving away from playing Musketeer. And again, a lot more archers are going to come out and meet. And when this came out, Nova Esports, they prefer to play a lot more Dark Goblin.
Instead of the archers, right?
Instead of the archers, and even with the archers sometimes. But this is with a lava band too.
Could this be AUK and LCOP throwing down a red herring and going for a balloon with the Lumberjack Miner in 2v2?
Oh, that's the Balloon Graveyard.
Balloon Graveyard?
Yes.
It still feels weird saying Balloon Graveyard in a sentence and it actually being a legitimate win. Like a legitimate deck. It feels like something you'd see for someone from like 3000 trophy ladder throw in all the win conditions together and seeing what sticks.
They have people on 3000.
3000 trophies exists. There are some people down there. They're not all bots.
2v2s. Wishing one day, 2v2 will have some effect in trophies. One day.
Keep dreaming, G-Clef. Keep dreaming.
One day.
Do you think, with the Musketeer ban, I know a lot of people probably rage about this and think it's impossible, but do you think Wizard could ever come into 2v2?
Yes, I was dreaming about Wizard. And I always dream. And actually had a dream of a pro playing Wizard in 2v2. And I think that was TTG. Because it was red side.
Alright. We'll see if dreams do come true for G-Clef, who apparently dreams about mustachioed wizards.
Not everyone has that type of dream, man. And it was also 3D. It wasn't just like 2D screen. I could actively like AR technology 3D screen with Wizard.
Alright, I don't want to know what you dream of anymore. Okay, so Fisherman pulling the giant skeletons out of the way, and that's actually opened the time for TTG to go for this graveyard, but Poison is there from LCOP. So that is cleaned up too easily. So the Fisherman giant pulling the giant skeleton over and then throwing down a graveyard.
A mirror match. Now graveyard and a defensive poison, I believe from TTG. Going to limit 0 damage.
Giant skeleton's getting a little bit close, but the goblins are there to distract it. And bomb damage does what it does best.
Giant goes to dynamite.
Killing all dreams of counter pushing. Kills them dead.
Killing all dreams. Are we still talking wizards?
Well, there's a lot of wizards in right now, and it is going to be RG Giant Skeleton.
RG graveyard combination. Interesting from Nova, as this RG is getting maybe a few more, not just one.
Oh, the Ice Wiz is just so good
so
with
much
it
slow.
There's plenty here to try and defend this Giant Skeleton, but they're just going to eat the damage into their King Tower. But is that a little bit... No, I think it should be fine, right?
Just the King Tower.
It was looking like it might be a little bit too close, but the Bomb Tower, the Giant Skeleton death damage is not in range at all.
Activating the King Tower is crucial against the Graveyard, especially. There's one card left. Let's see if that's a freeze or not from TTG.
Tornado from Nova there, pulling everything in towards the tower, but still the Graveyard isn't getting any damage in. 285.
That's pretty good. Was a weird decision by TTG. I think they just wanted to cycle a little bit, as Yumi said, a lot of elixirs. Still,
they were actually trying to get the E-Wiz to activate the
yes,
tower, but it didn't quite work
and
out.
the Giant Skeleton was there, so. But still, Nova, I think they can have a massive push. There's a freeze.
Will this allow the Graveyard to get damage in? The answer is no.
Yeah, but the Baby Dragon on the right has been, with I believe at least 3 shots or maybe 4 shots even.
Tornado into that Giant Skeleton, death damage. Everything is cleaned up.
Now TTG looking for a surprise on the right. Giant Skeleton. Ice Wizard defensive. The freeze. Now the Skeleton doing some work, but not a massive work. That was only about good 3 skeletons.
Tornado again into that death damage of the Giant Skeleton is just oh so crippling to pushes. Giant Skeleton looked as though he was going straight towards that tower. Was expired just before getting in range. And a defensive poison comes down from Nova. Will that bite them? Probably not, because they have been dealing with every Graveyard that TTG has thrown at them with relative ease.
Again, the freeze. Nobody.
One skeleton in the front, a couple skeletons getting in close. Giant Skeleton does turn around. Another freeze this time from TTG.
The Baby Dragon's out of that freeze, catching at least a few skeletons now. We're talking last 30 seconds.
30 seconds, and if it finishes like this, it is Nova's game, but that freeze is good as well. Luck comes in. Tornado to get the damage, 38-15. Anything else on that tower will finish it off. TTG need to go all in here. I don't think it's going to be enough. The skeletons are going to finish off. The freeze will finish it too. Nova made that look far too easy. Those Graveyards from TTG may as well not have been played, because Nova, they got nothing done. Those Graveyards got nothing. They never looked in danger.
Even with freeze.
AUK and LCL never looked stressed in that matchup.
Love the combination with Graveyard, not the blue. It's sort of... The win condition serves a similar role in that Graveyard, you have to put something on it or right next to it. But if you're playing a Graveyard combined with Balloon or RG, it forces a massive defense near the bridge.
Or a split in defenses as well, and that isn't necessarily what you kind of want to do. So yeah, I like the experiments with mixing, you know, Graveyard with something else.
So you're forcing some defense to be out in the bridge and also from the back, and when that happens, there are some changes that the Giant Skeleton can also sneak in. So I love these type of combinations being worked out from Nova.
Didn't really come that much into effect. It was mostly Graveyard damage from Nova. Graveyard poison and the freeze damage. But just look at that. They went against the Graveyard and they took, I think the most tower was 900. Graveyard freeze got 900 damage into the tower, and that is most likely the poison damage that was cycling through. I mean, they just denied the Graveyards.
And on the other hand, TTG was not able to do so when they also had the freeze. It wasn't just the King Tower activation, I think. The smarter use of Fishermen from AUK and LCOP. And again, they weren't really too excited about this 2v2.
They just, every game is Clash Royale to them. It doesn't matter if it's 2v2, 1v1 or touchdown. AUK and LCOP most likely are professionals.
Just another win for us.
Yeah.
We are such a perfect duo. Not even a nice at the end.
So we're going to get into game 2. AUK and LCOP looked untouchable game 1. Will they be able to repeat this in game 2 against Numisa and Huyi? We'll find out. Both teams just kind of waiting a little bit to for the other person to play the first card. Are they going to wait until double elixir? I remember 2018, 2019, that was basically every 2v2 is wait until double elixir.
Because we had a lot more heavier decks, heavier beatdown decks, such as Golem.
Oh, those are the days.
Those were the days. Golem versus Graveyard, NRG. They still, at least 2 out of the 3 still survives.
I miss watching my big Rocky boy barrel down a lane, but unfortunately at the professional level it is just too easy to deal with, especially with Fisherman as well. It just makes Golem defense just so much easier.
We've seen some easy defense just now with Death Damage Tornado combination. But it's not like, especially after the change, before the change for 2v2 when Tornado was allowed, we had double Tornado for most of the 2v2 teams.
Yeah, and now Tornado has not been banned anymore.
Yes.
And I'm digging it. I am actually liking it, but I do think Giant Skeleton needs to be banned for it to actually play out nicely. Because Tornado Giant Skeleton is just such a powerful combo together.
Or I would like to see some, especially with a longer season like this, maybe a month of having one global ban for 2v2.
Well,
Ooh, Lumberjack.
What's gonna happen here? The Graveyard is down. There's a Ram Rider, but the freeze comes in very aggressively from TTG, but the log is good to clean that up, and that again is next to no damage done from a Graveyard.
Ooh,
and even the tornado doesn't do squat. Did absolutely nothing there. What a waste.
But still the Ram Rider gets caught in that mess. Death damage should be good. Taking care of the most of the things, so that looked horrible. Still ended up just doing 100.
Absolute waste of 3 elixir there. But again, the Ram Rider just cannot get through. It gets through this time though. It's raged up. That's going to get a little bit of damage. The Heal Spirit does heal up that Giant Skeleton. But 1-3-8-6 remains on that tower. That Ram Rider went to absolute town right there.
Now with the counter, expecting a freeze from TTG. Defensive Poison comes down. So smart choice by Nova, forcing one back with the Ram Rider. They do get the push through, and that was a quick snowball. Since Nova is controlling this game with 2 Ram Rider, there was another Lightning there.
Yeah, I think Nova were hoping that cage came down a little bit earlier than it did, so the Lightning catches it. But now this is kind of a scary push coming in. The Mega Knight is there to clean up the back end of that. And it looks as though they're going to do a nice, easy job of cleaning this up again. Even the freeze comes in and nothing really getting done for TTG. It is all going horribly wrong for this team right now.
Not enough. Ram jumped over the log, but stuck in between the 2 big bodies.
That is one of the biggest problems, and one of the reasons we don't really see Mega Knight with the Ram Rider in 2v2 is because it's easy to create that wall right that you saw right there. But another Graveyard coming down on top of that one. Freeze finally looks as though it might get work done, but the E-Wiz comes down and shuts it down.
And with the logs, the Graveyard, double Graveyard did barely anything. It's the Poison that's doing damage now, and with the Rage, Ram Rider getting some more speed, but still there's the cage. Lightning only hitting 2.
But it's gonna matter because that tower is going down. That's what Nova need. They need this chip damage into the tower from the spells because they're struggling now to get through with those Ram Riders. They're just getting clogged up in the lane. Here is a desperation Graveyard from TTG. Expect the freeze to come down now that the E-Wiz is there. A log comes in. Another graveyard plate on top. Another Ewiz. Ram Rider is there to try and clean up what it can. Poisons come down on both sides. Lightning comes down as well, and that looks like it is that.
And Nova grabbing another win. After TTG, they have tried over and over again with the double graveyard freeze.
I gotta question TTG. They're going for the graveyard again after essentially being shut out game 1. Game 2 was a little bit better in terms of getting damage connecting. They managed to get things done. The double graveyard with the freeze, waiting for those E-Wizzes to come down, was great, but still, even with everything going right for TTG in those exchanges, the timing coming out, just nothing. Nova shut it down.
A whole lot better combination, I think. And when they just have a single poison because the other spell choice is a heavier lightning, double E-Wiz just in case of a freeze or anything else with the graveyard, so they can have some mini zap, even canceling some of it, and instant deletion with those skeletons. Do you love these choices? We don't really see double E-Wiz.
It was a good choice. I mean, Nova, the Mega Knight giant skeleton with the Ram Rider, we've seen it go wrong time and time again, where the Ram Rider constantly just gets clogged up in the lane. Didn't matter this time round because Nova managed to find a way through. They got damage in. They got that early Ram Rider raged up, I think, on the right-hand side. That did a ton of damage. So, I mean, you know, it worked out for them, but it is a risky combination.
Yeah, E-Wiz on top when there's freeze, another E-Wiz. And also, of course, Ram taking care of a few skeletons with the snare. And Lightning always doing tower damage. That also chipped in a lot for Nova Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw at the end where TTG are throwing every spell down there. Like, they even throw a aggressive tornado into the tower to try and get that last little bit of chip. But they just could not find a way through. TTG shut down beginning to end in that 2v2. AUK and LCOP are scary together.
They are scary in terms of teamwork, but what I like more is their preparation, the deck choices, the combination with the spell. Even if the Ram Rider never really snuck in big time in this 2v2 because they were stuck in big bodies like the Mega Knight Giant Skeleton always being in front, even without it, they were able to put out some massive damage.
Yeah, they still managed to get a connection. I think Raged Up Ram Rider did a significant chunk, but the Lightnings kept coming in and getting massive damage. I mean, phenomenal 2v2 from AUK and LCOP. Just, I can't gush over this enough. They look super solid. And now their 1v1 is it together? 8-1 in terms of game score. 8-1.
As we knew that this pair would be a scary pair. I think this was their week 1 pair.
Yeah.
To begin the league. And then they kept on trying a few other pairs and it does not really work out. Then we go back to original AUK LCOP. Standard Crystal play for 2v2 and also 1v1. Like AUK is playing fine. He's 4-4, but LCOP having a really good season, and also CRS.
Yeah, CRS and LCOP 75%, 77%. Imagine being a team going into that where they have 2 hitters who have an insane win percentage, and then you look at your win rate, and that is not great to look at if you're TTG. The stats, looking at the stats, it feels like a semi-pro versus a professional team, right? Because Nova are just so solid right now, and TTG are just so leaky, but it is up to Boss to try and change the fortunes of TTG. Boss in King of the Hill is currently 5-7. The last win he got was against KK. He lost the higher BPs. That's his second half of the season, which is terrible. He's actually getting some results in, but he is not the most consistent. He goes for streaks where he doesn't win. He beat Mugi in week 1, the first time he played. Then lost to Yakitori, Hajime, Elsiop. He beat Geralt, lost the line, beat higher, then lost 2 more, beat Peace, lost again. So it's a very up and down roller coaster with Boss. Rain, on the other hand, not exactly the greatest season, but he is 50%, 3-3. He beat Line, lost to Geralt, beat Hajime, lost to Jack again in the rematch, and then he beat Light. So we're gonna have to see. This should be a great 1v1 between these two.
And also like the fact that Nova Esports, they're trying a lot of different active roster throughout the play, and they're also getting, at the same time, they're getting ready for the playoff. I think that's exactly what they want to force, having a lot of their roster. It is a big roster where they do have to cycle out players in and out. And in this way, I think they can prepare the best of the stage experience among the players.
It's also good to keep morale up. Cycling through your players, making sure everyone gets some game time. You got to make sure everyone is in a happy mood for the team to be playing as well as they should.
And that's possible because they're all doing well. At least a decent amount of work.
Well, we'll see what this game brings. We do have a Mega Knight down on the side of Rain, and on Boss's side, it is going to be Miner. And of course, no deck is complete at this level without Knight and Musketeer in at least some form. We see it all the time.
So Rain, we can guess is correct. Hogs or Balloon, and for Boss, of course, with the Miner wall breakers.
It is going to be Hogs for Rain, so it's Mega Knight Hogs versus Wallbreaker Miner. Straight up, I feel like Rain has a slight advantage in terms of matchup here. Just too many tools to deal with the Wallbreakers. The Miner can be caught by the Heal Spirit, it can be caught by the Fisherman. I mean,
yeah, the Bar Barrel, but once we go to double elixir, triple elixir time, the cycle 4 boss will be insanely quick. And catching the Miner all the time is another tough tool.
It can be difficult for Rain to keep up, but Boss has got to survive and get that far. It is looking good right now in terms of just how he's playing. Doesn't seem to be overcommitted, but this Mega Knight is going to get a jump into the tower, and another hit there, 1469.
I believe that Fireball just hit the dragons, not the Mega Knight.
Yeah.
So Rain just throws down a Fireball, says, okay, I'll lose the trade here because my Mega Knight got the jump. He's willing to sacrifice some more elixir.
Spirit does distract the Musketeer long enough. Well, Skeleton Dragons have to come down on the left to deal with the wall breakers. Boss just really hasn't had any aggression in the last 45 seconds.
Yeah, Boss just has to pull better trade with the wall breakers. And even using a Fireball.
Spear Goblin did get a couple of spears in, but it is nowhere near the amount of damage that Boss needs to get done. But now he has 2 more minutes. 1 minute of double elixir time, 1 minute of that triple elixir time. We'll see if Boss can make it.
Yeah, throwing down off to the right does create a pretty easy defense for Rain. Mega Knight drop, the Bar Barrel. Solid defense this time with the fish, with that Fireball. But notice how easy it actually is for Rain to keep up all the perfect defense against the wall breakers.
Yeah, it has been all too easy for Rain. And that Mega Knight going over there towards the Knight, I think that means the bomb tower won't get it, but it doesn't matter. The pull's not working in the favor.
Yeah, Fireball missed onto that Musketeer. This is a big chance for Boss.
Ooh, that Heal Spirit last second dive to stop those wall breakers from connecting into the tower. I think Rain has stabilized after that Fireball a little bit here.
Boss realizing that he's losing a lot in trade and spending way too much against the Mega Knight.
Royal Hogs finally, I think this is only the second time they come down, but that is a huge Fireball for Boss. And these miners now, we talked about it, once it gets into triple elixir, how is Rain going to deal with it? And the miners are getting a little bit out of control for Boss. Predictive Mega Knight to where he expected that miner to go. Luck comes in and just gives a little bit of space, and Boss has the tiniest of leads right now. Fireball is going to bring it back in, but another miner. I think Boss might just do this. There's a big Fireball coming in, 7-18 against 9-5-3. I think Boss has done it. Despite all odds, the miners just stacked up a little bit too high. Rain had absolute control, but could not stop those miners from sneaking in the back, and Boss gets a big, big win there.
Love the play from Boss. Ever since he stopped playing the wall breakers, he started to gain better trades, especially with his defensive Fireball against a lot of those dragons and the Mega Knight. He started to get some massive Fireball elixir trade on his own, and Boss just landing better miner spots. And Rain, in terms of where you can have fishermen against, you can have fishermen, but it's not the best tool against the miner. And Rain, ever since he started using that Mega Knight against the miner, it was all going wrong for him.
Yeah, we talked early on, like, you know, Rain did have a bit of an advantage coming into the early parts of this game.
That Fireball.
And then, you know, as it got later and later and the elixir starts flowing, these miners just get huge connections. I mean, here, last minute, you're 600 up as Rain. You just gotta play solid. And then he misses these miners time after time. The fisherman's just not quick enough on the pull. And I mean, that was close. 63 HP difference between the two players. One extra Fireball connecting in would have won it for Rain.
I think Rain also had a lot of chances. Look, not small, I would say, some big mistakes. Fireballs, missing Musketeer ones. Not really letting go of those wall breakers. Of course, those defense were solid. But I think with some better Fireballs, I think Rain could have won that game the other way by winning it by maybe 100 or 150.
It would have been very, very close, but we're getting into game 2. Elsiop is up against Boss. Now, Boss, I think, has a pretty good record against people that you assume he would lose to, like Mugi. You would expect Mugi to absolutely walk through so many players in this league. Boss has beat him. He's beat KK. It's the semi-lesser players that Boss always seems to struggle against, so we'll see how he does against Elsiop. Elsiop and Boss, this should be a great matchup. The last time they played, Boss did end up losing to Elsiop, but this is revenge time. He might be able to get the win. Can you imagine if Boss gets his first sweep of the season at such an important time for TTG?
And up against Nova Esports, when Nova's trying to claim their spot towards a second, or at least keep their spot, or even challenge into Ponos.
Challenge into Ponos is pushing it a little bit far, G-Clef.
It's possible that, but Nova only having 3 more matches, including this match, they would need all the wins to go up to where Ponos is right now.
And Ponos would need to lose every game.
Oh, never mind. I think even if that, when it comes down to a situation like that, because Ponos has won so many sets, I don't think it's possible.
But they'd have to lose all the rest of their games, so that number would tumble down. So we'll see what happens. Anyway, LCUp versus Boss. Can Boss defeat his demons and take LCUp in this one? He's beat some high-profile players this season. He's gonna need to do it again. LCUp just a super solid 1v1 player. King of the Hill so far this season, 9-3. The only players he has lost to is Solomon, Jack, and Light.
And LCUp himself does pretty well with the wall breaker of his own. With the Hill Spirit Fisherman. I think we're talking RG.
Skeleton Dragons against that Baby Dragon, and there is the RG for Boss. RG on the same side for LCUp. I'm just gonna quickly check something.
And RG with the Fisherman Hunter combination for Boss. Baby Dragon.
Boss has never played the same deck twice in a row. Even when he wins, he never plays the deck again. Now, we see a lot of people in CRL East, when they win, they do tend to play the same deck again, at least one more time, just to, you know, double check. Boss has never done that. Oh, the Fisherman goes for a wonder, and that is huge. Absolutely huge. That's Tower down.
Yeah.
The Fisherman decided to go on a quest down that right-hand side, and that puts LCUp in a whole world of pain. And it looks as though Boss is going to take game 2. 1 minute left. LCUp has everything to do, and you can see the face palm from LCUp. He knows that this was his game to lose.
One big mistake costing him the game in this matchup, and it was the Lightning. I was wondering, because he had the Baby Dragon here, the E-Wiz.
Yeah, LCUp's RGs are never really going to get much purchase into the towers of the Hunter, doing what Hunters do, which is just obliterate everything in front of them. It's going to need to be a real huge mistake from Boss if he's going to end up losing this one.
Yeah, but the Fisherman's going to get the pull. Hunter already provided enough damage, and with that log, tower does go down. And Boss grabbing somewhat of an easier win against LCUp.
Yeah, a huge mistake from LCUp, a huge slip up. Gives Boss the game on an absolute silver platter there. And Boss, I said it at the beginning of this, can he get his first clean sweep of the season? It's looking like it is going to be his day. Boss, game 3, looking to sweep Nova and take us to that 1v1. Who is going to be the last player to try and bring this back online for Nova Esports? And there you have it. That was just too far over. You see Boss kind of readjust himself at the seat, going like, all right, this... Thanks, LCUp. Like, I've been getting this.
All right, that's game. Even with that pull, it was still going to be a massive push.
Yeah, it still would have been difficult, but it would have been a lot easier if that, you know, that elixir you just placed didn't decide to wander away from the action.
Actually, CRS.
Well, CRS is two sweeps under his belt this season. He swept kicks in the first half, swept team timing in the second. I mean, up until the game against Talon last week, it was sweep or be just wiped off the board. So CRS coming in this last spot, I don't think he was expecting to be against Boss, to be honest, because I do not think Nova thought their King of the Hill would crumble this easily.
And Yes, and also CRS going last. I think nobody expected at least to be in 1-2 wins when CRS comes out.
Just so he can clean up the last player. You wouldn't expect LCUp to go down without a win. You probably expect Rain to get at least a win as well. Especially with the way that TTG has played so far this season. But this could be a turning point for the team. If Boss completes this, the morale of TTG will skyrocket compared to where it is, because it must be low. They have not won this split.
Still has to go down to set 3, and maybe Boss, probably Nyomitsu for TTG. Yeah, but before that, grabbing a streak on his own will be a massive plus going into set 3.
And I mean, even if Boss loses here and we do go game 4 or game 5, TTG would have 2 extra lives going into this without their heaviest hitter, which has been Paradox. Paradox cannot feature today due to a penalty. So Boss really is stepping up. A lot of people on Twitter were talking like TTG, they really need someone to step up if Paradox is going to be out. And Boss today has been that guy.
We're talking CRS. This player can make it just possible for Nova Esports to just close out in set 2. He needs to do some massive work in order for that to happen. But he's done it before. Yet CRS, what seems to be just a graveyard.
But being real, it could be anything. Oh, Balloon Lumberjack out from Boss. There's the bomb tower. There's the Musketeer. Is there going to be a fireball from Boss? He's not got the elixir for it now, so that balloon is just going to disappear into the aether.
Not even getting the death damage because of a pretty good bar barrel, deleting that heal spirit. So overall, not as bad. Some better trade made by CRS, but we're talking less than 100. What is it, 99?
So Snowball, Barb Barrel is the spells for Boss. You might find it a little bit difficult to get through these bomb towers with what he has right now.
Yeah, so you have to seriously rely on heal spirit.
Again, there's the bomb tower deep. Musketeer is there to support this time for Boss. Snowball to push the Musketeer out the way, and that's a raised up balloon on the tower.
The Muskie's raised up.
Boss again. I mean, this Boss has been great today. This has been the best I think we've seen him play. But there's still 48 seconds of this remaining. Can CRS pull this one together? Lumberjack
it's going to be tough. Very tough. Also because that Lumberjack is there. One pretty good tool against those skeletons.
Yeah, and I mean, also, Boss never has to invest 5 elixir in a balloon again. So that's extra 5 that he can use on the defense here. Heal Spirit has been dropped. Poison comes down for CRS. And this Graveyard just isn't getting the work done. And it looks as though Boss gets his first sweep of the season at the most crucial of times for TTG.
And a complete Boss's 3-0 victory. He found some nice timing. Great challenge, I would say. He challenged CRS into a very bad timing of Bomb Tower Musketeer only after his defense onto the left, which I thought CRS is going to solely focus on the right because he knew that the balloon was coming. Yeah, pretty good setup for Boss there.
Yeah, and the way he's playing today, you'd expect to see Boss in the 1v1 set, right? He's absolutely on fire. His first sweep of the season. One of the last few remaining of the debutantes of the season to get an all kill. I think Paradox is one of the only ones left whose first season of CRL East hasn't had a sweep in it. But I mean, that snowball proved crucial, just slowing down that Musketeer, allowing a hit, but it wouldn't even matter. Didn't even need the snowball. If the balloon didn't get there, the Musketeer would have finished it off because that Musketeer was raged up. It all went right for Boss. Sometimes the rub, like, we talk about it in like snooker and soccer, like the rub of the green. It's basically sometimes the field just doesn't play the way you need it to. Sometimes you're just unlucky based on the way the grass is or the way the felt is on the table. It's just not there. Boss's season pretty much has been like that. Sometimes he just runs up against the brick wall of a matchup. Sometimes it's a slight slip up that just snowballed into it. Today, everything went right for Boss. Mistakes went in his favor. Rain made a mistake. Elsiop made a mistake. Against CRS, though, there wasn't really a major mistake. It was just solid gameplay. The rub of the green went definitely into Boss's favor today. And I mean, when someone's on a bit of a hot streak of luck and skill, like, and just skilling out the last matchup, you've got to put him in that 1v1.
I think that has to be the choice, unless TTG just had better faith, better trust in Yomitsu.
Just not expecting Boss to do that. But I mean, like, the decision.
He was the first person up.
I mean, for Nova, Elsiop, right? Or AUK, or Rain, or D-King. Probably not Little Chen.
Maybe Little Chen. Because Little Chen has been standing up for that set 3. Not
He's
really
1-1.
dominant. Yeah, not really dominant in results. But when it comes down to series, Little Chen has been having a not bad choice in terms of matchup.
He's 1-1 though. I mean, he got a win against Hajime and a loss against Light. And you can see Nuamisa actually is number 4 in the 1v1 best of 3 standings at 3-2. Elsiop is undefeated, 2 wins, 100% win rate there. So is Paradox, but Paradox again is unable to play today. So they're gonna have to rely on Nuamisa or Boss. Famous Kid possibly, but it is gonna be AUK from Nova.
And TTG did ask for a timeout just now.
This is gonna be AUK's first 1v1 best of 3 of the season. Yeah, AUK has not played in this set. He has not played.
Feels like he has played at least one. What? Tui? Not Boss, not Nuamitsu. Wow.
Wow. Okay.
TTG is ready for some fireworks.
Now, the question is, has Huyi been practicing to be the sniper of AUK this week? Because bringing him into this final set, assuming, you know, Nova have done a good job of rotating players in this 1v1 set. AUK has never stepped up. You might think it would be him. Then you might think it would be Elsiop, so Huyi may have practiced to play against Elsiop style more than AUK style. So there's a lot of interesting decisions here from TTG to put Huyi out in this 1v1 set. He has not appeared so far this season. His stats in King of the Hill are 3 and 6. I mean, there's a lot of faith and a lot of weight put on Huyi's shoulders, because this game really does decide TTG's fate. They need to win to keep up.
And AUK is... I still consider AUK like top. Still considered top, even though the numbers does not really say so. Still consider AUK like top 5 players within the league.
Oh, 100%. He's a very strong but predictable player, and I think that is his one weakness, is that AUK may just be a little bit on the predictable side. As we see Mega Knight.
Yeah, with the
Hawks.
Yeah, and with the Goblin Gang. We knew that it was going to be mortar bait.
It's going to be Mega Knight Balloon from AUK, but one Spear Goblin and Musketeer is enough to take that balloon down. AUK does not get a connection. Will Hui get anything done? Fireball comes in. These skeletons going to get a couple of chips in. Quite a few chips in.
More than some chips in. Actually, over 500. That's pretty good. Also drawing out that fireball. So Hui does have a lot of anti-air and also a building that can drag. Drag and attack at the same time when you just have it towards the center river. So AUK might actually run into some trouble. He has to maximize the use of the Mega Knight.
Yeah, he needs this mortar off the board for the balloons to get a connection. But it might be worth throwing down the balloon here. Hope it sticks to that left-hand side, which it looks like it is. The Mega Knight's going to clean off the Goblin Gang, and I think this is a connection here for AUK. It is the Heal Spirit as well. Oh! You hate to see it as the Mortar bait player. But AUK managed to get a very healthy balloon connection in there. And this Skeleton Dragon gets one extra shot in.
Yeah, Hui needs to cycle. Now in double elixir, when we go into triple elixir time, like the cycle is going to be so quick for Hui.
But he's got to get there, and that's the problem. I just don't think he's going to get there, especially with fireballs coming in from AUK. And AUK can easily deal with these skeleton barrels, although he is taking quite a bit of damage from them each time they come in.
Yeah, those skeletons actually did a lot of damage just now.
Like, he seems to be able to defend it, but just doesn't commit anything. He doesn't respect the skeletons at the end, it feels like.
Get ready with the bar barrel this time. So limited to low damage musketeers.
Oh, big heal on the balloon, but it's not going to be enough to get a connection in. The musketeer is going to survive ever so slightly. Another skeleton hit coming in. AUK is struggling to deal with these skeleton balloons. The skeleton barrel's just enough to get through each time. Fireball comes in, that's another hit there. 5-4-3 against 1137.
Yeah, because AUK, he's good with bar barrel and Mega Knight, but Mega Knight, you really want to have the Mega Knight on the left so that it would take the damage away from the balloon.
Skeleton Dragons come down as well.
Yeah, good push. But
is it going to be enough to push it out of the way of the mortar? No, it is not. And the mortar actually gets a connection through the Fisherman for Hui. Through the Fisherman, a hit manages to come in from the mortar. And a skeleton, he's got almost getting a hit in there.
Yeah, again with the dragons pushing it to the side.
But again, the mortar is enough to get in that heal. To just drag the balloon across. Make sure it gets nothing done. Another set of damage coming in from the skeleton barrel.
Just one more skeleton hit from that push. Hui now loading up. Balloon is gonna go down with the musketeer's help.
How is AUK supposed to get any extra damage in? He can't trade fireballs because Hui has one too, so he can just throw out his own fireball. Is this balloon going to get in range for death damage? I think it is. That might be a slight misstep there by Hui, letting that balloon get so close. Fireball's going to be enough. AUK takes it in the dying seconds of the game.
As AUK was, he continued to push the balloon after the motor saying you can get one, but the second has to be used, has to be defended with the Spear Goblins and the Musketeer. And if you have the Musketeer for balloon 1, you don't have the second Musketeer for balloon number 2.
Yeah, that second balloon just getting into the death damage was major, because if that didn't get the death damage in, I think Hui would have had that game. They'd have just traded fireball for fireball. And I mean, Hui had the log as well, so he could apply extra pressure. I mean, at some point, that was Hui's game to lose, right? Yeah, yeah. Hui just started to control the game. I mean, this is big right at the beginning, balloon drop plus the bomb, but Hui clawed his way back into it. Had an advantage and just couldn't capitalize on it. The Musketeer going down there a little bit too early.
Even with the loss though, I loved a lot of what Hui was trying to do in the game. AUK understanding the mechanism, he was always pushing out the balloon to the side so that the center motor will actually not drag the balloon.
But it did.
Yeah, it did, but because Hui waited and he placed it better. He waited for a perfect time and he placed it right next to it, so it would 100% drag just in case. But we see a lot of players, even a lot of pros, just putting it down towards the center, expecting a drag onto the balloon.
So Hui placed it a little bit further up. Right, game 2. Are we going to see the same decks from these two? Are we going to see something a little bit different? RG. You can see Graveyard.
I think AUK is trying to put on some more experiments with those balloons. That Mega Knight was pretty good, but after the seal, it was a lot better in terms of his quicker cycle. This might be the motor miner with the Valkyrie. Hold up a second.
It's looking like, oh, wall breakers it is for Hui. Valkyrie managing to finish off that cage, but the brawler doesn't take any hits. Ice Witch played central. For Hui, it is going to pull in the brawler as well. So overall, pretty good defense here.
Did see a couple, the Rocket Tornado version. And more of goblins instead of the spear goblins. I think after the balloon play of AUK in the previous game, Hui wanted some more anti-air.
He's putting right on the tower here.
And bomb tower or cage.
So both players just kind of feeling each other's cycles out now, trying to find a window where they can kind of get in and get dirty onto the tower. AUK holding back considerably more than Hui. Hui is getting little bits of early damage in with those miners. AUK's got nothing done right now.
AUK not really happy with these exchanges right now, as he's being forced to use one more card every single time.
His elixir spend is uncomfortable to say the least, having to use that bar barrel on one wall breaker. That's never a happy sign. And this miner getting more damage in on the tower.
And responded with just the cage, instantly opened up with the brawler to get the Valkyrie.
Firewall was a good decision. RG comes down. It's expected. Comes down a little bit later than probably we thought, but played at the back. Double elixir time is going to allow another one maybe to come up front as soon as this one expires. It is going to run into a cage. Not the end of the world though. Cage plays high up front. Heal Spirit's going to get a big heal. Lightning.
Oh.
Absolutely beautiful lightning. That tornado is not
lightning.
enough. Yeah, I think that's it. AUK has done it. AUK's hands were off the device as soon as that lightning came down. AUK closes out the 1v1 set in 2 games, and Hui absolutely crumbles at the boss's heroic King of the Hill sweep. Wow.
Even that wasn't enough for TTG. Still at the bottom of the table, and Nova. AUK proving again to be definitely a strong member for Nova Esports.
definitely one of the foundations that the whole of this team is built upon, and the handshakes come through. But AUK, absolutely stunning today. Stunning performance in that 1v1. Huyi gotta question the TTG decision to bring him out in that 1v1 set, but he still put up a fight.
Yes, he did. Against the AUK, strong opponent. Did like game number 1 a lot more compared to game number 2. But with the wall breaker choice,
I mean, AUK bided his time for 90% of that. I mean, that lightning just kind of came out of nowhere for Huyi, because you could see like he was prepared to defend. He didn't think this RG was going to get as much. The Baby Dragon getting that connection, and that lightning cleaned everything. And then after that, I mean, what could Huyi do? Nothing. He just had to let that tower go. One small slip up.
It was just, that was it. And of course, MVP, 2v2, 1v1, 4 wins, 4 crowns for AUK. Done it, and a win for Nova Esports. But we've got one more match. Final match, Talon versus Ponos. Number 1 versus number 4 right now. That's coming up very soon after a short break.
And welcome back for the third and final game of the evening. It is going to be Talon versus Ponos. Ponos have nothing to lose right now. They could play ridiculous combinations. They could play...
They can play some wizards. They can play some
witches, like
princess. They can do anything they want to. They
Because-
can play some bowlers.
We say this as a joke, but they have essentially qualified. It's looking impossible for them to finish anywhere but first. I don't think other teams around them are going to get as many wins as they need to, and
So yeah, from
Ponos to just lose.
From my calculation, if Ponos gets one more win today, it's impossible for them to get knocked out the third. So they would be making it to the second round of the playoff immediately after one more win.
Well, the last time Ponos lost this season, I worked it out today, was week 1. The first week has been their only loss this season. They are currently 8 wins in a row, and they are 9-1 overall. They are just bopping their opponents.
Like what else? Like what else can we say about Ponos? Like what other compliments that can we find?
Let's talk about Talon then, because like Ponos would just be us like throwing praise on how dominant they have been, but Talon have been very hit and miss. They had a real good first half of the season, but the second half of the season is just collapsing left, right, and center. They are 0-3 for this second half of the season. They lost the team timing, they lost the kicks, and they lost to Nova. So it's going to be difficult to see where Talon's next win is going to be, because the odds say that it's not going to be today. It is not going to be against Ponos, is it?
Unless Ponos is going to have one off day.
I mean, why would you do it against Team Talon? Why not do it against TTG last week? I mean, it's troubling for Talon because they're in a slump. And as it says here, all of Talon's victories have been 2-0s. If their opponent wins at least one set, they don't win. They 2-0 Team Timing, they 2-0 Kicks, they 2-0 TTG, they 2-0 WEDGM, and 2-0 Fav Gaming. But that was in the first half of the season, where WEDGM and Fav were having a terrible time. They've started to come back into it. And the thing is, Talon are now in and around WEDGM and Fav Gaming. Like, they're in and around that score point. They need a win soon to avoid slipping further down this table.
5-5.
It's not a bad win rate.
It's not a bad win rate, but because they've been on a losing streak, it is possible to drop like until 7th.
So before the second half of the season began, they were 5-2. They were pushing on Ponos' door. They were knocking, going like, hey guys, we want that #1 slot. Second half of the season though, they have just slipped and slipped and slipped. And it's hard to see how they're gonna come back. But the start, it has to be the 2v2. They have to get this win. Liner 1 crown, 60% win rate. But Rad and Reiki, man, 73.7, 14-5. That's downright insane.
The only other duo that had better win rate was, I think, AUK and LCL, which we just had.
So 1 crown and line coming up against Tengod.
I saw Tengod, yes.
Yeah, it's Tengod and Yakitori. So last week, they did manage the 2-1 team timing. See if they can do it again today. Tengod's first game was last week. This is his second game of the season. We'll see how he performs here. He has been one of those players that always kind of doesn't have a great season but steps up at super important times for Ponos. Fireball, man. Giant Skeleton and Fireball.
So
banned.
what are we going to do without a fireball?
Poison?
Yes, that's one. So you're expecting Graveyard. When you're expecting this many poison, is Graveyard as powerful of a tool?
I mean, with Fireball out the way, you can play Royal Hogs. You can play...
3 Musketeers.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh!
Ooh.
Was I right on the page?
Oh, that's a real
Is that a good read on
shout.
Ponos?
No, I don't think so. That's a real good shout. It's definitely possible. This has been the meta of Fireball bait. Let's be honest, there's been so much Fireball bait. There are so many good Fireball targets. And now, no Fireball. That means they could shine in this 2v2, but we'll see how the teams are going to adjust to these bans as we get into game 1, set 1, between Talon and Ponos.
Might just be the same. No, Graveyard and Royal Giant.
We talk up like, oh no, Fireball ban, it could be anything. We could see Royal Hogs, we could see anything. No, Graveyard, Royal Giant. Okay, good.
So we're just trying to think what the outliers can be.
So just to confirm, the bans for this game are Giant Skeleton and Fireball. Very interesting ban. This is Fireball's first ban of the season. What are you gasping at?
For a split second, I was feeling golden, but never mind. Was about to get excited for potentially first golem.
No, never. These Royal recruits though.
Never say never.
1 Skeleton Dragon hit. That's why we banned Fireball, for 1 Skeleton Dragon hit on a tower, G-Cliff.
And that's all because of Bomb Tower. I mean, Bomb Tower against recruits, so good.
3 Musketeers played at the back for Ponos.
What'd I say?
It's taking us back to the olden times, and that is a great freeze there. But unfortunately, the 2 Musketeers do go down.
Yeah, poison. Yes. Ooh, the Musketeer connects 3 direct shots. So misread on the timing with those archers.
One archer shot on the top left, not much to write home about. Dark Prince pushing this Musketeer.
Drop that 3 Musketeer for 4 Musketeers.
Lightning comes in to clear the way, but then the Royal recruits come down. The Ram Rider does go head first into that cage.
So with knowing that there's lightning, they have to get the Musketeers all the way from the back. So with the Fireball, I thought there was some chance that we could literally just have 3 Musketeers from the center. The lightning cancels all that. But the Ram Riders,
they're getting shut down way too soon. I mean, look at the tools you have. You have the 3 Musketeers, you have a Musketeer, you have a Hunter, you have the cage. It's so hard for them to break through and get any kind of damage in, but Talon are getting damage into the towers from the lightning. So it is working out.
It's working out, and the double Mega Knight helping so well against these recruits, as they are always gathering up. Defensive freeze from Ponos.
Big heal spear from Ponos too, but that Ram Rider does get a connection this time round.
That's big, that's huge.
Skeleton Dragon getting 2 shots in as well. 889 on that tower. It's gone from good to not so good for Ponos in a very short span of time.
And again with the Lightning Talon trying to finish this game up with some more spell.
Graveyard coming in, but it might be too little too late for Ponos here, as it looks as though this might be game. Musketeer is going to get distracted by the Skeleton Dragon. Mega Knight I thought was going to get into the tower, but Goblin Cage played. Is that the go time for Talon to chuck down another to chuck down another Ram Rider here? Cage is out of cycle.
Yeah, still takes one more hit with the Heal Spirit.
There's poison. Lightning comes down. It doesn't catch the other two.
Still good enough. Ram Rider not going to land, but Talon, they have the lightning, they have the poison.
Two graveyards coming down on top of each other on that bottom left. It's a desperation move. Will it work? There is so many defensive units around that tower, and I think that is that lightning comes down. And One Crown and Line get game one under their belts. Blood has been drawn. Tengod and Yakitori kind of looked a little bit lost there.
Yeah, the 3M, which is always powerful when you can get loads of Musketeer with somebody in front. But a very difficult matchup since Talon had not just one, double Mega Knight plus the bomb tower, so we were talking lots of splash damage. A whole lot of splash damage on top of those recruits, the Musketeers.
I mean, this was just critical mass, and that Ram Rider had no business getting that hit. It had a pixel of hit points, but manages to get the connection. And I mean, we had desperation tactics from Ponos on that bottom left-hand side, but Talon just took it on the chin. You had archers, musketeers, skeleton dragons up in the sky. I mean, everything to defend that double graveyard. And Tengod and Yakitori kind of looked a little bit toothless in that one.
It's also lightning actually becoming a winning spell for today in lots of 2v2.
Yeah, it's definitely doing a good job. Shocktober is in full effect right now, as lightning's everywhere, E-Wizzes everywhere.
It's already October?
I know, right?
Yes. And when it comes to playoff, and next week maybe, might not be the same meta. Gonna have a lot more zaps.
Could be a huge cut with the balance coming up. Still waiting to see what that's gonna be, but you'd have to expect Musketeer and Heal Spirit to surely get some love.
A love?
They need some love, man.
They need more love, yes.
Musketeer basically becomes machine gunner.
Buff Musketeers, okay?
Buff Musketeers, reduce their elixir cost.
Buff range, buff damage, buff attack speed.
Attack speed 0.11. No, we actually have no idea what's coming up.
And don't listen to us, guys. We have no idea. No, not a single clue of what happens. But okay, Ponos, they did ask for a timeout.
Yeah.
That's why we have all the coach and the teammates in the same room.
Ponos are one of the teams that really does respect this 2v2 time. They are happy to throw everything into this 2v2 because Ponos has been one of the teams that has heavily relied historically on 2v2. It's not just in this season. They have always prioritized 2v2.
And with Tengan and Yakitori, they can't suddenly go and say, guys, let's get up from the chair. Let's put Rad and Reki Jones back on the desk.
Are there any rules against substitutions? What if one gets, what if you know, if he breaks his hand during the game? Is there a rule for substitutions? I don't think there is.
I don't think there's.
I'm trying to think back to the last time I read the rule book. I don't think there's.
I think you just have to give up the game if something like that happens.
Punch the desk in, or you just break your hand, and.
Or you just play with your pinky. That's the best you can look for.
All right, we're getting into game two. Talon's line of one crown took a very convincing game one from Tengod and Yakitori. What has game two got in store for us.
Yeah, Rad and Yakitori still hitting you
I
after
know.
this many games of Rad and Reiki Jones.
It's one of those things. Rad and Yakitori was always the 2v2 pairing.
For years. Years in my memory.
It's just got a nice flow to it. Rad and Yakitori.
That too.
So Lion and 1 crown. Sitting now 10 and 6 in game score. Oh, sorry, wrong number. 16 and 10 in game score. 16 and 10. They have played so many 2v2 games, yet they still somehow manage to surprise their opponents.
Will it be Ponos trying the 3M once again? Because it is still the same fireball ban.
It very well could be.
But even maybe with less Mega Knight from Talon this time, as they have delivery.
Musketeer getting a couple shots in there. 19-19 on that tower. Double recruits from Ponos.
Maybe balloons this time.
Balloon could be Royal Hogs as well.
Just the 2 Mega Knight. Just the 2 Musketeers from Ponos. And Mega Knight now locked on. No poison. Oh, does have poison now.
This is going to chip away at that tower. The Skeleton's getting quite a good few hits in. But that is not what you want to see as a graveyard player. You do not want to see those King Tower activations in 2v2.
Yeah, Fisherman Drag and Splash from the Mega Knight leads into King Tower activation. Again, the double Mega Knight from Talon. Seems like it's about the same deck that we have seen from the previous game.
A couple of changes here. Now it's going to be Graveyard from Ponos here. Will they be able to get a hit? There is a good freeze. The Hunter is down, but the Skeleton Dragons are there as well. But this quite a lot of damage. 1606.
That was pretty juicy, even with that freeze.
But there are currently 3 Skeleton Dragons on the field. Now that's going to get into the tower, the Dark Prince too. And the Hunter just walks away from her. Dude is trying to get rid of that Skeleton Dragon. They take quite a bit of damage on the top left tower.
Yeah, Charging just connected before disappearing. Now another big push for Ponos. Not enough for a graveyard.
Very high bomb tower coming in. That's a very healthy push on that right-hand side. Graveyard does come down. Freeze is there. Arrows has to come out of Ponos, but that's not going to be enough. Couple more hits coming through. I think the Musketeer got a shot in as well. That is a very hurt tower for Ponos.
As they will start to tick damage down with the Poison Log. Talon looking to finish this game with a couple more graveyard.
Ponos did get a couple of hits in down that bottom right-hand tower, so that's why they're graveyarding on both sides. Interesting move here. Which side are they going to freeze on? If freeze, the left. That's it.
The left side. The Musketeer's there. Oh no!
What a move! Wow.
So this is more like a sort of like a math problem where you don't have the multiple choice. So guess and check. Try to guess where the freeze is going to come down. And less likely option was the left because it had more HP before the connection of the Musketeer and the Skeleton.
But the Skeletons were starting to get the hits in. I think they were in a better position to have more damage come in. So it made sense to go down that left-hand side. I was going to say, like, the left-hand side is where they're probably going to throw down the freeze, but I couldn't get it out before the freeze came down. Unreal. It was looking like Talon and Lion and 1 Crown had it in the bag.
Almost. It was less than, I think, 700 damage, 700 hit points.
652. So here, 1606 when the double graveyard comes out. The Musketeer. Oh, it got a connection from that early on.
Because,
I thought it got a connection.
The Fisher one was off to the side, so it started hitting, and then the freeze came down right after the connection, I think.
Wow. Okay, Tengod Yakitori take game 2. Stealing it basically from the jaws of defeat Because Lino One Crown had that in a bag ready to go. Tengod and Yakitori, stunning move, and it looks like another timeout has been called this time from Talon, I'd assume. No confirmation on that right now. We're
Not
waiting.
yet.
It looks like a timeout has been called.
There's Reiki.
Fuchi on the side, for those who know Fuchi from the old teams. Used to be a player turned coach.
Reiki giving all the secrets. This works the best.
This is what you need to do too.
The secret recipe, man.
You know this is what you need. It clearly doesn't talk. Right, so the decisions have been made, the decks have been set. We can see on the device there that they are ready to go. The match request has been set. Just waiting for the go sign to join that game. It's going to be Line and One Crown for Talon versus Tengod and Yakitori for Ponos.
Ponos continue to use the Graveyard 3s. And Talon, they better switch up this time. The Mega Knight, the previous game was not.
But it worked really well for them. I don't think they have to change. They just have to get better at defending.
Won't there be like a P.E.K.K.A. perhaps from Ponos this time? Because of frequent use of that Mega Knight. Ooh, that Fuel Spirit looked... and it seemed like it was going to jump onto the...
Yeah, I think...
Another Heal Spirit, and then it just jumped on the tower?
Yeah, I think Talon let that one go. It's just a bit of sportsmanship because it should have been there
it's
inside.
Just 91 damage. Not much.
It's world-ending damage, man.
I know, the spirits. Like, what's next? Electro Spirit?
Earth Spirit?
Earth Spirit? What does that do?
I don't know.
It does more damage to buildings?
Cloud Spirit?
Cloud Spirits?
I don't know, man. Like, you can have anything Spirit. Lumberjack Spirit.
Goblin Spirit. Yes.
If they have the glasses from the trailer and do the dances, I would 100% play that even if it doesn't work.
Hey, Ghost Spirit. What does that even mean?
All right, it is Lava Hound from Ponos. And look how quickly Talon tried to get the counter in. The Lumberjack is going to get a connection in the tower. Tornadoed into the center. Crisis averted there. But that Skeleton Dragon is going to get a splash in here.
And Bomb Tower, pretty good decision right there. Some death damage.
Yeah, and it's also going to clean up everything in the back. The pups aren't going to get a lot of damage in. So, more scratches, more evening up of their current situation. Another Lava Hound, so it's going to be double Lava Hound on the side of Ponos.
Maybe less to worry about because, oh, with the Lumber Jack, I thought it was some other combination, not the Ram.
It's been Ram Lumberjack all day, pretty much. So Baby Dragon comes in, Musketeer.
Even with Lightning, yeah, with King Tower activation, the Ram's not really going to make any connection.
It is not, and on that left-hand side, 2 hits from the Baby Dragon. The Barbarians do not even get close. Skeleton Dragon gets another hit. Ponos have a very slight edge in this, about 200 damage. 264 damage to be precise. So another Lava Hound loaded up. How are they going to get in? The Mega Knight pulled into the opposite lane here.
Which actually might help for Talon.
It might come back to bite them. Heal Spirit has to be used there to pull the Mega Knight into the center so that it doesn't jump into the tower. And another hit from a Skeleton Dragon. Talon just not really defending as well as they need to. And another Lava Hound coming down the right-hand side from Ponos.
Yeah, Barbarians, pretty good tool, delaying most of them.
Oh, Mega Knight, Mega Knight does get the jump off. But that Lava Hound there is getting a ton of damage in. I know we say Lava Hounds don't deal that much damage, but If you just leave them too long, they will slowly whittle away at a Terran, especially when there's a Skeleton Dragon there.
Oh, another
as
hit.
well. 3, 4, 5.
So with Log or Poison plus the Lightning from Ponos, all they have to wait is for another cycle. They do have to think about their defense first. There's that Snowball.
Yeah, the Ram Rider's a bit healthier than usual coming in, but it is going to be shut down by those baby dragons. And I think Talon might just let it go. There's the Poison, there's the Lightning, and that is that. Ponos do eventually take it in 3 games. Game 1 looked... it looked terrible for Ponos. Game 2 and 3 were considerably better. Game 2 was very much stolen. Game 3 was more control-based from
The
Ponos.
3 Musketeers! No, I thought they had on the opening, they had some chances of maybe sneaking into 2v2 when Fireball's banned.
I mean, it makes sense, right? You have no Fireball. Surely the 3 Musketeers will play a bigger role, but unfortunately, like, the teams are just prepared to face a 3 Musketeer. Like, you see a Fireball ban, you're like, all right, well, 3 Musketeers it is then.
There were some good connections for Talon. The Lumberjack, Mega Knight, those combinations actually did quite a lot of damage. The Ram Rider surprisingly did nothing.
I think he got 1, but I'm not too sure throughout the whole of the game. But yeah, once that damage starts coming in, Lightning, Poison was enough to finish it off. I mean, I liked what both teams were playing. It was a very close back and forth. I feel like game 1, I'm not sure what happened. Ponos just didn't expect Lightning, I guess, from Talon. The 3M didn't work out the way it should. We've seen this season like 3M mixed with Royal Hogs.
Yes.
That could have been good because no Fireball.
And there's some 1v1 decks that are still pretty good with 3M. Some Royal Hog, mostly Royal Hog combination. Some with Battle Ram, but it's rare to see Battle Ram these days.
I completely forgot Battle Ram was a card.
It was played once this season with a loss.
It feels like it has never been played. All right, King of the Hill is here, and I'm not joking. I think Ponos have this wrapped up.
Yes, with a 2v2 win. All they had to do is call for a timeout. Guys, just hold up a second.
I mean, Talon have only won 2-0. They won 2-0 against Team Timing, 2-0 against Kicks, 2-0 against
So is it
TTG.
now impossible for them to win?
It's impossible now. Like, you know, the pattern was set early on, and it's got to continue, man.
And they're fighting against Ponos and King of the Hill.
I mean,
that's
you look
the thing.
at this.
Like, I don't even care about the pattern. It's who they're facing. Their opponent is too great.
I mean, you look at this. Ponos have number 1 and number 4. Talon have Lion, who's at 60%. You get past. Imagine getting past Mugi as Talon, and then it's like, all right, KK's up. Just KK kill. How are you going to deal with it? It is going to be Blizzard
up first, which is quite unusual, I believe.
Yeah, it's usually Geralt up first.
And Blizzard last.
It's going to be Blizzard against... It was Rad, right?
Yes. I believe so. Maybe it's Blizzard Geralt line for Talon today.
Ponos giving Brad a chance in King of the Hill again. So far this season, he is 1-2. He has beaten AUK and then lost to D-King, and then the only other time he has come out was last week, I believe, against TTG, where he did end up losing to Paradox. So Blizzard, formerly known as Dandelion, against Brad, who doesn't feature much in 1v1, but has occasionally come up clutch in playoffs, I think. He's always one of those players that can pull a win out of nowhere, I feel, so we'll see how it goes for him in this one.
As Ponos, they always got strong backup players, I would say. Not just KK and Mugi. It's a strong squad overall. problem, not a problem.
I mean, it is if you're Talon.
Yes, for opponent's side, it can be a problem. It's a massive problem. I think Talon is thinking something else today overall. Their 2v2, it was something special with the double Mega Knight all the time, and their active roster, Blizzard first.
Well, they have to do something to get them out of this rut, right? You can't just continue doing what you've been doing and expect it to change. You have to try new things. Putting Blizzard up first might just be good for him. He might not like the pressure of being the last player, the anchor of the team. So swapping it up would be good, but it is going to be Blizzard and Rad. Rad, the third time out this season. Lava Loon was his first game against AUK. He has played Double Barrel, and he has played Royal Hogs as well. Blizzard's last game was Royal Hogs 3M Flying Machine.
Yeah, there's Mega Knight. Is it Balloon? Rad might actually have the same.
Well, that would be a
same 7 cards with one different win condition.
There's the Balloon. Skeleton Dragons are there.
Where's the Cage? Just playing the Fireball this time.
Yeah, no real removal for Rad right now. Nothing to get rid of those Skeleton Dragons. What spell would he be bringing to go with the Barb Barrel?
For Rad? Fireball?
Right, that's what I was thinking, but then he would have fireballed the Skeleton Dragons off, surely.
I think he was
unless
willing
he didn't
to
want
take some damage, unless it is lightning.
Unless he didn't want to overcommit and get rid of the Skeleton Dragons for the Balloon to come in. Very real possibility. Mega Knight up front, Brawler behind. There's the Balloon. Skeleton Dragons come down. Is there going to be a Fireball for Rad here? Heal Spirit gets a huge connection. There's the Fireball. So this Balloon, Fireball back, but it has got to drop.
It was Fireball after the connection.
Ooh. Good run of play for Rad there. And Barbarian's even going to get a hit or two here. 11:46 remaining.
What is it from Blizzard? Of course, without the cage, it's of course harder without any building in this case against a Balloon.
Fireball surely should come in, but it's not in yet. There it is. Doesn't catch the Skeleton Dragon, so that is a no connection in there. But defense is still good for Rad. This is very tight defensive work for Rad in this game so far. Blizzard are struggling to hold off.
This has to be the push.
Is he ever going to play a win condition?
Maybe not.
There it is.
Oh, Balloon on the right.
So it is a mirror matchup. Rad has had the best of it so far. Fireball comes in. Heal Spirit gets a hit. It's still going to get a drop, though, if it's not careful. One drop is all it takes. Mega Knight. This Balloon. Is this going to be able to find its way through? I don't think there's a Fireball in hand right now for Rad. I think he needs to cycle through one more card to try and get that in. Off the board, but slowly Rad is losing grips here.
Yep, but still Rad was able to get the death damage. Now Balloon pushed to the side, so the cage doesn't pull it. The connection is there.
Rad has slowly lost his grip of this game. It was going all so well until this final minute in Triple Elixir, where he has just struggled to hold off these Balloons. That Musketeer even gets a connection on the left-hand side. That's bad news for Rad. The Balloon is going to get to the tower. That's a good Fireball. It's enough to make space. It is not. It was just not enough space created, and Blizzard manages to take it. Pipped it from Rad.
he's gone, man. With that, feels like he's the...
Feels like he lost. Head in hand.
That was close.
It couldn't have got closer for sure.
Like that balloon almost connected from Rad. Even the death damage and with some more tool, it could have been the win for Rad, but Blizzard just clearing it with another fireball.
So here, I think, is the first. Yeah, big heal spirit. Fireball comes in. Fireball pushback was super important for Blizzard. If he didn't have that, it would have been game over. Because I think he would have taken 2 hits and that tower would have been down over time. But just the pressure Rad put, like Blizzard put on Rad on that right-hand side was just too much to bear. Balloons getting connections that really shouldn't happen. And I mean, this is as close as it gets. If that balloon had lived, the balloon lived, Rad won it. Because the balloon died, Blizzard won it. And I think that's what his reaction was. He knew that it wasn't 100% his to win. It was kind of just, look at the draw. The balloon was... I don't even know how it didn't drop. It was essentially on top of the tower when it went down. I mean, that's kind of what I feel like. Blizzard's reaction was like, that shouldn't have been hard as it was. I was outplayed for the first 4 minutes of that game.
It was hard. The only difference there was the cage for Fisherman. And harder game for Blizzard because he lacked in building hard.
Rad and Yakitori coming up in King of the Hill. Ponos really are trying. Now they have room to breathe. I think this is real smart by the coaching staff. Let your other players do it. If you lose 1 or 2, it's not the end of your season. You're currently 9-1. What's the worst that happens? You find out that Yakitori suddenly can all kill everyone. He just sweeps left, right, and center. It's super smart for this team, who are so dominant this season that they essentially have qualified for the playoffs already, to just mix and match, give other players a chance to shine. And I mean, worst comes to worst, you could always anchor the team out with KK or Moogie.
I think that's exactly what they're feeling. Saying that we don't have to use both of them, just use one at a time. And they can also have a massive win from set 3. Which can lead into a massive opportunity for Talon. Especially with a Game 1 win. Blizzard might be able to bring one more down. And leaving up to the rest of the squad for Talon.
Yeah, and I mean, Yakitori has exactly the same record as Rad had going into this. He won his first game against Boss of TTG, and then lost to Nuamisa and then Light. So 1 and 2 with the win coming first in King of the Hill. And when he played last against Light, he was playing Lava Balloon Miner. We'll see what he decides to bring now. Is he going to bring the same deck? Is he going to bring a Golem that he has bought? And that was the deck that he actually won with against Boss.
Wait till double elixir time. No bar barrel, no log. Then are we having some lavas?
I mean, the Golem Night Witch deck that Yakitori has played before is still, I mean, it's untouched. Balance-wise, it's untouched, and that was his last win.
Beatdown matchup will be
Golem versus Golem would be something to behold. It'd be like, it's like those time capsules that you bury at school, not to open for another like 30 years or something. Golem versus Golem in CRL would be kind of like digging one of those up. You open it up, it's like, oh, look at this, a Golem matchup, a Golem mirror matchup. We haven't seen these for decades.
No, that's when you think, that's exactly when you think. It's like, Dad, we should go open up, right? And then the dad says, no, forget about it.
Just leave it for another 10 years.
No, leave it forever down there. Never dig it back. One day. One day we'll go back to beatdowns.
One day it'll be Golem versus Golem everywhere. All right. 15 seconds left until the double elixir period.
Usually we'd see something being played about 3-4 seconds.
1 minute 2 if it's Golem. It's recruits. 1 minute 2 was a good shout though. Got it smack bang on time. All right. So it is going to be recruits cannon card.
With Ram Rider, my guess from Blizzard, and we have Yakitori the same.
Mega Knight Balloon. Mega Knight Royal Hogs would also be a interesting shot. Oh, cannon card.
Okay. But Red and Yakitori, they're the sole duo. They have to play the same deck.
They are linked.
I'm guessing it's blue. But the Fireball has the last card.
Card on the left-hand side might actually get in here.
Yeah, that
it
connects.
Goblin Cage to push it out, but the Mega Knight on the right-hand side gets a connection. And that's dangerous, because I think there's a Musketeer in there too.
Musketeer plus the Skeleton Dragon.
260 remaining.
Boy.
That was massive for Yakitori. And it looks like he's going to win this without properly playing a win condition. There's the balloon.
Just for the style.
And it is the Ram Rider from Blizzard. I mean, this could all still go wrong for Yakitori. It's not over yet, but it is looking peachy right now.
Yeah, it's looking like Yakitori. Bringing the rain down with those heavy hitters.
Fireball doesn't even hit the balloon there. Fireball didn't even hit the balloon. That's over. There you have it. Yakitori takes game 2 with one massive counter push, which had a Mega Knight on the tower with Musketeer Skeleton Dragon behind. I mean, that tower is not long for the world when that kind of firepower is on it.
I feel it. Yeah, Yakitori just saying, I got you, bro. Plays the exact same deck.
Yeah, it's like, look, man, Brad, I know you lost, but let me show you how it's done. And that is exactly what happened. I mean, this is the push. Cannon card gets to the tower, you're like, oh no. Gage comes in, then you have this, 1. And the Heal Spirit could have made it worse. That's the other thing. Heal Spirit was wiped off the board by that Bard Barrel, but it could have been worse. It could have been terrible for him, and then after that it was just like, all right, well, the balloon gets through, finishes it off, and it's all good. Yakitori just showed how it should have been done.
Yeah, even with the Ram Rider, balloon was supposed to be the key, and Ram Rider just snaring it down so that it doesn't connect. But when you're having problem with the Mega Knight,
didn't even need the Ram Rider, didn't even need the balloon. I think he only played it just to say, like, look, man, I played the balloon.
Just to confirm what the card is for you.
It's
not the Royal Hog, it's actually the balloon.
Yeah, just to make sure that you know what could have been if you'd have continued to play and defend properly. I mean, Blizzard kind of let it slip. Like, letting that much get to your tower. It's hard, though, because what did he really have to stop that in its track? It was a lot of bodies coming over the river.
Cart can be used to sort of just get that Mega Knight.
Ooh, Talon bringing out line. They really do not want to get to game 3. Talon have an issue where they are essentially a 2-man team. It's essentially...
I feel something today. It's 1 crown.
You think?
It's going to be 1 crown today. I think Talon is going to do something special.
Well, I mean, Talon are a 2-man team. Line and 1 crown. Sorry, Line of 1 crown. Blizzard and Line have basically been carrying the 1v1 sets. They've been carrying the King of the Hill on their backs, and if they lose there, then when it gets to the 1v1, it's basically been them 2 again. And they have lost 3 times. when it comes to that 1v1 set. So how is it going to work out? How are they going to manage to do this? Like, if Blind beats Yakitori, if Blind beats Yakitori, you have to expect KK coming out next, or Moogie. And if Moogie comes out, it's even worse.
Who's the final weapon for Talon? It has to be one ground, right? And you feel the pattern. It's a different pattern. It has to be someone special for that spot.
Maybe.
And it's time.
Maybe we get Playoff Geralt. Playoff Geralt is a completely different player compared to regular season Geralt. Because last season, during the special season, he was 1-3 in the regular season. Then went 4-1 in the King of the Hill in playoffs. So, I mean, he is a different beast, and it might be time to bring out that version of Geralt. But right now, it is going to be Talon's line versus Ponos' Yakitori. Yakitori did take out Blizzard last time. Now he's up against it.
Gonna start off with some fireworks.
Some synchronized dragoning.
Always love that interaction.
Yeah. You love to see it.
It's like Mini P.E.K.K.A versus Mini P.E.K.K.A. Yakitori just going back to Heal Spirits.
Lion bringing the Mega Knight this time. What is he bringing with this? Could it be the balloon?
Do you want to see if it's log or bar barrel?
It is balloon, and unfortunately the Musketeer is locked onto the Mega Knight. He's going to have a hard time chewing through that, especially when he gets a heal. I think this balloon's going to get it. Ooh, Heal Spirit last second. Very close to getting that drop.
Yeah, he heals here just for the damage. Not at all for the heal. Two skeleton. Dragon getting a drop there.
With that, what's the final card for Yakitori? Graveyard? RG?
RG with a knight?
Yeah. It's looking like a deck of staples right now. I'm sure someone out there is like, I know what it is, but Mega Knight played from the back. Just coming up blank on what this could be.
It has to be Graveyard. I think Yakitori just wants to save up for a better counter-attack push.
There is the balloon.
And a late cage, just in case.
Musketeer does get healed up, and there's a second Musketeer, so that's all good. Balloon, nice and tidy there. Poison does come down from Yakitori.
Yakitori wants to have near perfect defense with no death damage from balloon, or just the death damage, and look for a better counter push, or not even using the graveyard at all in this case, because he is still leading.
Yeah, I mean, the Skeleton Dragons are an interesting choice if it is Graveyard, which it most likely is, because we usually see the Baby Dragon in that slot.
Now Mega Knight again, loaded. Gone with the Musketeer, Knight being a good tank. Yeah, just chipping with poison, making sure Line's Musketeer is gone.
Yep, Goblin Brawler is going to cross the bridge, but the Musketeer is going to answer it and probably shut it down before it gets a chance to do any damage. Again, loading up Skeleton Dragons from the back. Fireball is good from Line, though. That might just be the breakthrough he needs. The Mega Knight does go down. The Musketeer is there to clean up the Skeleton Dragons. One Fireball gets in from that Skeleton Dragon.
Here's a chance. Blocked with the cage. And Lion also thought, I think, this was the graveyard chance.
I feel like if it was Graveyard, he'd played it already, but this is super patient play. We're down to the last 45 seconds, and he still has not played a card.
Still winning.
Yes,
About 500 health.
And now another poison comes in. He doesn't really need to play it at all, does he?
No, he does not, as his defense is
Has been
okay.
This might be scary, actually. The balloon is sneaking through. Cage is good. Fireball. There's skeleton dragons, but his own skeleton dragon is going to clean up. Not again. 2 musketeers on the back. Clean up, and there's finally that graveyard.
Yeah, with the 10 seconds left, Yakitori is saying, okay, here's maximum damage. Take it. That fireball whiffs big time, knowing that line, the game is over already.
I don't think it was a whiff. I think it was purposely played in that position. I don't think he's a very happy boy at all. Yakitori takes game 3. 2 wins in a row for a player that has barely played 1v1. Actually, has barely played all season. This season has only played 2 2v2s and now 5 1v1s for King of the Hill. Yakitori, can he get the final win? Can he put the final nail in the coffin of Talon? And complete sweep?
I think
definitely
so.
Possible.
I think it's definitely possible. With how Yakitori's been playing today, it's actually at a really, really high level.
That was the most patient graveyard I have ever seen. The first graveyard does not come down until there's like 10 seconds left in the game. That is... wow. The sheer... How are you that patient? When I play graveyard, I'm like, alright, knights up front, just go. Like, something to tank, just go. Like, I want to get some damage in, graveyard in, and we see a lot of players in this league also do that, where they will just throw down graveyard after graveyard after graveyard, especially in Triple Elixir, where it's like, oh, what's that? The knight has 1 foot over the bridge, graveyard. Baby Dragon, almost over,
yes.
Graveyard.
Line, there were at least a couple where Line expected graveyard to come down. That's why he loaded up the cage at the bridge. At least there was one big moment.
And then it never came, and Yakitori gets that advantage. He doesn't have to play it. He really didn't. He really didn't need to play it. Everyone's like,
what was that? Like, I'll give you energy.
Slaps his chin. All right, boys.
Oh, that's the secret pirate map again.
It's the blueprints of destruction. Apparently, even Yakitori gets to look at it occasionally.
So my real question is that, do they have Geralt's old picture or new picture on that?
It's got to be the... they've changed it everywhere. I think it's been changed everywhere, but definitely was an eye-opener at the beginning of the season when we got to see what Geralt looks like now. It's like... the dude has definitely grown into himself. Right, Yakitori and Geralt. This is going to be an interesting game. Geralt is kind of doing all right. As he says, this is 5-9. He did beat D-King last week. And the last time they played Ponos, Geralt did go up against Mugi and lost. So we'll see what happens when Geralt plays in that anchor position. Game 4, King of the Hill, between Talon and Ponos.
And now Yakitori might be the third person. Raponos completing 3-0. Not 3-0, 3 in a row.
A sweep. Yeah, that's actually... yeah, KK's got 2. Mugi's got 2, I believe. Yeah, he did Talon it last time. Imagine that. The last time you played against Ponos, you got swept aside in King of the Hill by Mugi. Then, you know, you don't even have to face Mugi. You get swept aside by Yakitori. That's gonna hurt the morale of Talon if it happens. But Geralt is a pretty formidable foe when he's on fire. This season he has been kind of cool. He hasn't really had much chance to really shine and get wins. But he has played E-Golem. He has played Hog Rider. He's played Giant Giant Miner, Royal Hogs. He's played pretty much everything. What is he going to bring this time around? What was his last win? Against D-King, he played Royal Hog Recruit. Before that, he won with Royal Hog Musketeer Barb Hut.
Before that, E-Golem.
Before that, no, it was Lava Hound against Islaw. Lava Hound Night Witch. And he beat Yuya with E-Golem. Well, most likely.
Really? Okay, just the hut.
Okay.
So just graveyard from Geralt. Royal Hogs.
It's the Royal Hogs. I just said Royal Hogs.
Heal Spirit does connect. Not bad, but too many.
So this is the deck he played against Wonga. For Geralt, it is going to be the Royal Hogs with the Barb Hut. Graveyard comes out, and look at that. Before Graveyard even comes down, Geralt has that Barb Hut in place to just try and eat up as much as it can, but damage still gets through.
And a not bad poison from Yakitori, getting the Hut Musketeer, but lots of bodies crossing the bridge.
The Heal Spirit's going to heal those Hogs back up, but there's only one left. Fireball comes in. That Hog doesn't even get to the tower. Yakitori just shutting this down, making sure that nothing is getting done to his tower today.
Almost seems too easy to defend against that many. Even with a perfect Heal Spirit.
Bomb Tower is just too good. It's too good against the Hogs.
So far, looks pretty crisp in play from Yakitori. A good bar barrel there for Geralt to melt down some potential damage.
I mean, the pressure these barbarians put on, it just isn't going to be enough for the Hogs really to get through. Like, it's not going to demand a bomb tower. And that's really what Geralt needs to do. He needs to get Yakitori to play a bomb tower at the wrong time. Bomb tower comes in, and the poison is just... Yakitori knows he doesn't have to get damage in on the tower every time. He knows he's in the lead. He's gonna play patient.
Yakitori still leading with about 600 HP lead. Now the Hog onto the right.
Yakitori has leaked about 7 more elixir than
Good
Geralt.
heal.
Oh, one Hog finally gets to the tower. But another Musketeer comes down to make sure nothing else does. And the Royal Hog's bomb tower is placed very high. The Musketeer on the other side. And that might actually be real bad. Nope.
The double Musketeer. You're in trouble.
Geralt throws down another. Bomb tower is played right at the tower. And I think that might be it. The spells come in to finalize the damage. And Yakitori
Wow!
gets the sweep. The third player on Ponos to have a sweep. Yakitori. What are we witnessing? How is this team ever going to lose again?
And I think with this 2-0, Ponos secures #1 spot.
Essentially,
I think with this many set difference, now they're up to 15.
they're 10-1 on the season. The next closest. Oh man, I can't wait to look at the table. It's gonna be dope. Okay. So, just the poisons. A couple of hits from skeletons, and that was it. Yakitori here gets a 600-point lead and then never lets go. He doesn't do anything else. I think he only played Graveyard one time, right?
Early Graveyard and rest or just Poison.
How is he so patient?
So this seems much like what Mugi used to show us. It's patient defensive play. Calculated, getting better trade.
Yakitori, MVP, 130% deserved. 5-1 on the day. That one loss came the very first game. And I mean, Yakitori, third player on Ponos to complete a sweep.
And he's supposed to be a 2v2 player.
And I think that's their fifth sweep of the
team.
season. 1, 2, 3,
I can't even count.
4,
They had many.
5.
It's 2 Mugi, 2 KK, now Yakitori.
Fifth sweep of a season. This team is absolutely dominating East.
Wait.
They are scary.
They're scary. And they're in playoff 100%.
They're champions, 100%. At this point, I'm calling the rest of the league. Pack it up, boys. Let's go home. I cannot see Ponos losing again this season. Because this wasn't even their A-star roster. This was the players they put out today. This is like, okay, we'll just test you out, see how it goes. Radin Yakitori in King of the Hill? That's not the A-listing. What on earth is gonna... What can possibly come out to stop Ponos?
I actually don't know. I think Nova has a pretty good challenge. But
Should we talk Nova?
I think Nova has pretty good challenge against Ponos.
The last time they met, it was 2-0.
Let's wait until playoff, and when best of 5 comes through.
That is true, but then you got Yakitori who just...
So you're saying it's going to be Yakitori KK Mugi 1v1?
When it gets to the 1v1 sets and it's 3 1v1s, I think that would be really good actually. 2v2, then have Yakitori. Yeah, Yakitori or Rad, then Mugi KK. I can't see that losing.
That certainly
the only way you can beat it is
right.
The only way you can beat it is by winning the 2v2. But man, today has been. There have been 2 very close games, and then there's what Ponos just put out. Those 2 close games, WED GM team timing, that was razor thin. Every game except one in King of the Hill, like, you know, it didn't go all the way. But team timing got the 2v2.
Okay.
Lost the King of the Hill, then lost the 1v1. I mean, 2-1 overall. Nova Esports TTG also went all the way. Boss with the sweep. He got the sweep over Nova, but it was not enough to carry TTG to the final, to the victory, as AUK closed it out in that 1v1 set. And then Talon Ponos just doing Ponos things. Talon not being able to keep up. And this table is looking very, very close towards the bottom. And at the top, it's a whole different story. I mean, Ponos running away with it. Nova 7-5, almost finished. We're only going to see 2 more games from them this season. Then kicks WEDGM Talon Fav. Fav Gaming were bottom of the table before the split, I think. Before the second half of the season began. And now they're flying high. They're getting a couple of good runs.
But they'll be up against a challenge with against Kicks, though. That's happening tomorrow. Starting off with Ponos Nova Esports.
First versus second. You said it was the only way Ponos are going to lose. Can't wait to see that. And then to finish off the night, TTG versus Talon should be an absolute black eye brawler.
Insane.
All right, you said Nova could be the team to take Ponos down.
I think so.
All right.
We'll
find out tomorrow. We absolutely will find out.
LCOP, AUK, the pair, and also the 1v1. Ponos, they're strong.
But Nova strong?
You never know.
I mean, the whole thing is hashtag Nova strong. I mean, but Ponos look unbeatable, we'll see, as they face their greatest challenge of the season, Nova Esports, who've been renewed this season. That's going to be, that's going to be a great game. Do not miss it. Tune in tomorrow.
As tomorrow's going to be one of the best days before we go into the final week of the regular season. Again, only the bottom 2 teams are going to be gone. 6 teams are going to be in that playoff, with top 2 going directly into the second stage.
Yep, and that is all the time we have for tonight. Remember, tomorrow, set a calendar, set a reminder. Nova versus Ponos, first match up. Join us tomorrow.